Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the November 5th meeting of the Design Review Board of the City of Miami Beach. We have a full agenda today, and so we're going to try to be as efficient as possible. We also have a hard stop at 2:30 due to another meeting following this. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Rogelio to go over the agenda.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to confirm that we do have a quorum. All 6 members are present. And if we can move on, well, to the city attorney updates. Sorry.
It's all right. Good morning, everyone. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at the City Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those that will be testifying today, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registrations. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 limited circumstances. First, if you're speaking on behalf of yourself and not any other party. Second, if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Third, if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now I would like to swear in those who will be testifying today. If you're physically present, please stand and raise your right hand. And the virtual speakers will be sworn in one by one at the time of their presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a few requests for continuances. If you'd like me to start with those, Madam Chair? Yeah, okay. So the first one is DRB 24-1040, that's 1500 Bay Road. The applicant is working out some issues with other residents of the building, and so they are requesting that the item be continued to the December 10th meeting. So if we have a motion and a second.
Make a motion to defer.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, the next item is DRB 24-1038. That's 1265 North Biscayne Point Road. This is for a single-family home, and the applicant is requesting also the same to continue to December 10th, 2024.
Make a motion to defer.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. And then we received one more request last night. That's for item number 8. That's DRB 24-1031, 4701 North Meridian Avenue, Penthouse Unit 21. The applicant is also requesting a continuance to the December 10th meeting.
Make a motion to defer?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, so moving on to the regular agenda, we have item number 4, which is a modification to a previously approved project. Alejandro, if you can read the title.
Number 4, no?
Yes. West Avenue.
An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of improvements in the right-of-way for the areas generally bound by 8th Street to the south, Collins Canal to the north, just west of Alton Road to the west, and Biscayne Bay to the east, including all sides streets in between. Previously approved as of file number DRB 210704. Specifically, the modification is for the approval of street lighting and generator screening.
Okay, so this is an application for
Actually,
the,
Rogelio, I think we forgot to approve the minutes.
well, I
Sorry.
apologize, you are correct.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of the October 2024 meeting?
Second.
Second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, I apologize for that. Okay, so back to DRB 24-1050. This is related to the West Avenue right-of-way improvements. It involves a slew of improvements to West Avenue, raising the road, drainage systems, landscaping, and all sorts of things. This was previously approved by the DRB in 2022, June of 2022. The DRB at that time said that everything is approved except the generator screening and the lighting. And the DRB requested that the generator screening and the lighting come back before the board once that was fully detailed. So before you are 2 sets of plans. One set of plans is for the lighting. The lighting is intended to be of a contemporary design with round tapered poles, flared edges, stop-base housing fixtures. Pedestrian lighting will consist of Polson fixtures with flat molded fiberglass shade tops. In both fixtures, the poles are black, consistent with lighting installed in other parts of the city, and staff is supportive of the lighting. And then for the pump stations, there's 3 pump stations. One of them is located at 14th Street, that's pump station 33, 2 at 17th Street, that's pump stations 27 and 28. They're proposed to be landscaped around the generator station. The screening of the generators is what had to come back. So they're proposing landscaping to screen the generators using Simpson Stoppers trees. Staff is supportive of the screening, and staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached draft order, and the applicants will have more to show.
Good morning. My name is Jose Caraballo with CES Consultants, and with me is Sergio Williams of CES Consultants, and we're the designers on the West Avenue project. So I guess we'll get right into this presentation. There we go. Okay, so we'll get right into the presentation. Since this is a revisit, we're going to keep it brief. We want to show you the locations of both the lighting fixtures and the generators. And then we'll go through the existing and proposed renderings so you get a visual of what they're looking at and just the materials. It'll be relatively quick, hopefully. Why is it going backwards? Oh, this way. So the project has actually been slightly shrunk because of budgetary reasons. It's bound by Lincoln Road, and then we scroll up to 17th a bit on the north side, so the Collins Canal, the bay to the west, Alton to the east, same as it. It just shrank at the bottom. It's actually limited on this phase to 14th Street. Now, the lighting will be all throughout west and bay. And then the generators are actually, there's 2 at 14th. There's 2 existing pump stations at 14th, and we're going to add backup generators to each one of those pump stations for emergency purposes. And then there's 1 existing pump station at 17th Street at that triangular park. And we're adding a generator for emergency purposes there. So we'll get right into it. This is 14th Street between the street end of 14th Street and the Bay. There's a little park in there. There's actually 2 pump stations located there. In this drawing, it's hard to see, but they're basically on the north and south. They're on either side of the park. We're putting in this darker area the 2 generators. Now, they do have to be side by side instead of one large one, just because the large one was really, really big and obstructive. And so we're putting them side by side on the north side, and we're surrounding it with these Simpson stopper trees. And we will adjust the sidewalk. I apologize. Adjust the sidewalk because the generators, to move it out of the generator's way, and also 1 pedestrian light inside the park that helps illuminate the park. We're going to put it on the south side of the generators, because if not, we'd block it, basically render it useless. So right now, this is an image of what the park looks like standing at the street end. And you see, like in the bit of the distance, you see those handrails and all that. That's what the the existing pump station platform is at, the electrical platform. If you look at the picture on the left, you see all that little forested area. That would basically be the full-grown Simpson stoppers around the 2 generators. And on the right, it's the image on the right. So you're facing towards the bay, so it'll be on the north side or on the right side. Fully grown, we shouldn't be able to see these generators at all. Now, 17th Street has 1 pump station at that triangular park between the Collins Canal and 17th and West. And the pump stations on the west side, we're planning to put the generator exactly like you see it on the right side of the triangular park. And same function, sorry, wrong direction. Same function. This is the park, how it looks like right now. And you see, we're just going to make like a little forest around the generator to be able to screen it. And again, it'll add trees to the area. I guess it'll add trees to the area, but it really adds coverage to this generator. Now, with regards to the street lights, we came back because the DRB, when we came in 2022, asked us to validate the street lights for cohesiveness with the neighborhood, right? And different neighborhoods have different lights. So this is an actual street corner that's existing. 14th and West Avenue has the old street lights and the new street lights, because originally they had done 14th Street from the Bay to Alton, and they added those street lights and pedestrian lights that you see on the right, and we'll zoom into them a little more. But on actual West, on the left, is the old silver Cobra heads. So this isn't a rendering. This is an actual street corner that has both styles. And what we're suggesting in this is to use the ones that they used on 14th Street to make all of West and Bay cohesive with 14th and with 10th these lights were used on. And so again, this is a bit of a zoomed in. The existing is that classic silver, and we're using these black with the little hats on top. And they are specific lighting units. So getting into the materials, we talked about the generators, and again, we're suggesting these Simpson stoppers. They're kind of bushy, they're a bit off the ground, but they really provide a lot of coverage. And again, you can see on the left the fully grown mature one, and on the right is one from a nursery. The lights, so the pedestrian lights that go on the sidewalk are going to be these Paulsons. And so again, they're matching exactly what Public Works installed on 14th Street between Alton and the Bay, and on 10th Street between Alton and the Bay. And then this is the pedestrian light. Again, this is, as you can see the sign in the back, Alton. This is actually a real light. It's not a rendering. And again, we're just going to mimic the same light that's used on 14th Street. So it'll make the West Avenue neighborhood cohesive with the lighting. And I think that's it. That's all we got.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone on the phone?
If anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. I see no hands raised.
Okay, I'm now closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for comment.
I just want to ask, we've talked about these Little House on the Prairie looking lights versus the saucer lights, and why Nobody seems to like those old-fashioned looking lights in the city. Like, why can't we do all those saucer-looking lights? Because they're everywhere too.
Well, we're simply, from our point of view, we're just trying to make the neighborhood cohesive, and it's already been installed on 14th. I mean, I guess Public Works could go back and reinstall those. What we were thinking from our point of view is that we didn't want to create a West and Bay Road set of lights, and then right at 14th, crossing it, they're just different lights. That was our only reason for picking those.
We've had the conversation and nobody seems to know how this decision originally was made to do those, I don't know, those old-fashioned looking lights versus
Yeah.
the saucers. And that's all I'm asking is why we keep perpetuating those when they just don't seem to fit any style that we have.
I understand that. I mean, I don't know when, I think on 14th and on 10th, they installed them back in 2015 or something like
So
that.
we're the design review board. Can we make some kind of motion to not use those lights anymore?
Yes?
I mean, I would like to do that.
You know what, can you bring up in the presentation, page 17?
Yeah, of course.
And that shows, I think it's, I don't know what street this is, maybe it's 8th. Because in the foreground is the light that they're proposing, but then in the background on the other side of Alton is this very, I think, lovely modern light fixture that might be more
pedestrian.
what you're going. It's page,
So I
it's
think you're talking
17 in the
about-
presentation.
It's
You're talking about this, where it's like in the background, is that more,
Yes,
like right here, this guy?
yes. I mean, would that be more?
Yeah, I mean,
Of the
these
style.
lights are, sorry, but they're just ridiculous in this town. We have no architecture that is even close to anything that is appropriate with.
I have a question on page 16, the pedestrian, saucer light. Is there not an option for this light fixture on the street light? I mean, if we're looking to find
Yeah, and the-
cohesiveness, I mean, that might be.
That's the other question. Are those tall lights required?
They are. So
Yeah.
they're for the actual, so these are for pedestrians.
Yeah.
the
They're
saucer-looking
lower.
ones, and the other ones are for the vehicular traffic. So they extend over and they illuminate right on the asphalt.
Right, I understand, but I'm
And they're
saying like
directional.
typically when,
Like the-
fixtures are designed, there's a series of them, so it might be like this is the pedestrian option and this is in the same line, the traffic option, but is that not the case with this?
Yeah, if I may, this one specifically, the traffic lights, those are, the street lights, they're directional. That's why they kind of have that shape pointing it towards the roadway, to prevent that light spilling to residents, into people's windows, things of that nature. So that might be the reason why the pedestrian light has that 360 kind of angle to it, where the street light cannot do that.
I mean, we don't mind looking into it.
The modern one, like Sarah said, though, why is that not an option?
I mean, sorry.
The linear one?
That one in the background.
Yeah,
I mean, it can be an option. We're just trying to mimic what was already there.
right, but that's already there. So why are we using the
I
other?
I
think
mean,
as
that's
I
out
was-
on Alton, but again,
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, from my point of view, I'd be happy to, I mean, not really.
Yeah.
I'll put that
No, I
light
mean,
if you want.
Scott and I were both on the board
Yeah.
when this first came up, and I remember this conversation, and I think that, if I recall correctly, that, the direction we wanted to go in was more modern,
Mm-hmm.
less, I don't know, Nantucket.
Little house on the
Yeah,
prairie.
and unfortunately, it was the opposite, at least what you're showing us
Yeah.
is more of what we were trying to become more modern, especially, we're seeing all these very modern buildings going up in this neighborhood, and that would just make more sense aesthetically, if that's an option.
I mean, again, we're just the engineers and the contractors, so the city, Public Works would have to approve it, but I don't see
Yeah.
why they.
Is there
would-
somebody
why there would
from
be a
Public
problem.
Works that could?
Let me see if I can reach out to somebody.
And I apologize for not first saying thank you for trying to be consistent.
Yeah.
You
You got the
weren't part of that other
consistency.
thing, but yeah,
Heard that.
it's just frustrating that these lights keep popping
Can
up.
we do this in order of, in an effort to move forward? Can you meet with Public Works with our request, and I don't know if this would make sense, with our request of the board, assuming we all take a motion and we agree to it, that you meet with Public Works and ask them if it's possible to use the more modern street lighting that really corresponds more with the pedestrian lighting, and if that would be okay. And second, what would be the possibility of them extending that more modern street and pedestrian lighting to the side streets, the finger streets?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if that's a possible, because I know there's also an issue of maintenance on these lights, storage of supplies, there's other issues that are involved.
yeah.
If they agree, then great, we move forward. If they don't, then I don't know if it would need to come back to us as design review board. If we don't have much of a choice, I don't see why even coming back to us would be necessary.
I agree.
To piggyback on, the lighting, just so we know the scope, are you going, as part of the scope of your project to do all of the lights on West Avenue and all the side streets, or just 14th and 10th?
No, it's all of West Avenue, all of Bay Road, from 14th to Lincoln, all of Lincoln, and the side streets have
Yes.
lights too.
And all the side streets from like
Everything,
Fifth?
everything in that
But
rectangle.
the street that's not included is actually 14th.
Oh,
Right. So it's possible that they can, do you know by chance if these lights that we're referring to, the pedestrian, that you're proposing and the, traffic lights that are more modern, if they're utilized anywhere else on the beach? Because if they are, then they have the ability to repair,
To-
maintain,
correct.
and store the supplies necessary for them.
I mean, I'll be completely honest with you, I don't have the answer to that,
Okay.
but I don't have a problem going and speaking to them about that. I mean, at the end of the day, what we're trying to accomplish is
Right.
a project that satisfies the city
Right.
and all members of that city.
yeah. And that was also part of the discussion in the past, that it just needed to be consistent, that's what we brought up, that it seems like there's so many different types of lights.
Yeah.
That we were just trying to be consistent, both for aesthetic, but also for maintenance, and it just seems like better policy to have them all be the same. I wonder, the other issue with the screening, just in general, again, as a policy question, do you find, and maybe this is more for Public Works, that maintaining a tree screening is easier than an actual physical
A physical screening.
screening?
Again, so on this project, we're doing a physical, like stainless steel, aluminum screening on the pump station, generator and the electrical panels at the actual for the West Avenue project, which is in the old post office parking lot.
Yeah,
But Public Works directed us to use, shrubbery on these. I guess it's maybe initial cost. I mean, I didn't get too much into it.
And Sarah, that park is basically turning into a garage with a little bit of grass now. It's got so much equipment in it.
Yeah.
It's got pumps and it's got other things. So I think the screening with trees
the
is really
trees is good,
important.
okay.
Do you have any images of the screen for the other generator that you just talked about? Because I noticed in the presentation, we don't really see any, and I mean, I wasn't here in 2022, but again, I understand that this is a section of the city that's being implemented, but the goal is to holistically have an approach, right? And I feel like it would be great for us to understand what is sort of the framework for different installations, right? So at certain conditions, there is this aluminum screening that you said. I would assume it's perforated. I would like to see what it looks like. In another area, there's just landscape, but like when and why do we decide which response is garnered, right? Like, because there's going to be areas where we don't have room for landscape to provide a buffer. So then what is that architectural approach? It seems like it's, this area is getting done, and I know you guys are responsible for this area, but then there's I feel like Public Works should be the ones presenting this to us so that we could have a conversation about the larger accountability of consistency throughout the city, because there's going to be, I don't know if this is phase 8, there's going to be a 9, 10, 11, 12, right? And you guys may or may not be involved to implement it consistently, or correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you are going to do all the phases.
Well, you're correct about that. So, there are multiple, this is gonna be happening for the next, I guess, 30 years, because
Yeah.
Miami Beach is large and all the areas need these upgrades. With regards to the pump station screening at the actual, our pump station, I don't have images of that today here. That was under a separate DRB number that was approved because it's in a private property, so we kind of split it up into the pump station parking lot, where it took a lot of focus into redoing the parking lot and recapturing that parking and then screening all those very large components. And then the right-of-way, which is the lighting, landscaping, and then these miscellaneous generators fell into it.
Sure.
But I don't mind, I mean,
they're just very much, the more that we move in this direction, they're part of our urbanism now, right? And I think the goal is to say we're at a moment of planning and implementation. So how do we plan for the urban characteristics that we want that potentially can evolve as the city continues to evolve? And I don't know. So I don't know if it's a
I will
question for
tell
you
you,
guys.
I think what's happening is that it depends where these generators or pump stations are.
yes.
For example, there's a pump station on 51st at the intersection of 51st, Pine Tree, and Lagorce Drive. And to put screening that is metal or anything of that nature would be difficult or dangerous because of the traffic. So it's buffered with trees, landscaping. There's going to be generators and pump stations on 63rd and Pine Tree Drive, and all of that is going underground. It will take the exact amount of space of that empty lot. All of that will be underground so that the upper area can remain as a open park. It's a city-owned property. So I think it depends on its relationship to the traffic and the surroundings. I guess if it's in a park, it makes more sense to put landscaping so that it doesn't stand out. If it's in the middle of the street, you don't want it to be dangerous to oncoming traffic.
And footprint constraints are another one.
Yeah.
Any word from Public Works?
I've reached out to the project manager, and I'll.
Is there
like,
any way that perhaps, because I think maybe we can wait a little bit,
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
another, would you mind
No, I don't.
waiting?
I think the item can be tabled. Perhaps you can go reach out to Public Works they're on the fourth floor, or
Yeah.
CIP and the other. I think CIP is in charge of this project.
CIP is in charge
yeah.
of this project, yeah.
So
But Public Works, I think, would be
Has
the one
approved the
making the
lighting.
decision because they're the ones that own it at the end once
Yeah.
CIP is done with
Okay.
the construction.
yeah.
And I'm also getting the sense too that it seems like we're okay with the screening. It's really just the lighting question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So I guess we'll check it out and we'll come back and hopefully we can slip in. and-
yes,
Get a
I
slot.
mean, we'll see you come back,
Sure,
so
sure.
definitely.
Yeah.
So do we have to vote on that or just sort of agree?
We can table the item and then
Okay.
come back to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you
So-
very much.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, moving on to our continued applications, DRB 230960, 704 84th Street, Bora Bay 2.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for a new four-story multifamily building with one or more waivers to replace an existing residence on the site.
I don't see the applicant again. Yanina?
No.
She had an issue in the family. She told me last month, and she told me she would be here today. I guess maybe we move on.
Okay, and if they,
And
if
if
they get here before
I
two.
apologize.
Yeah,
So the next two items are hers, Dembora Bay 2 and Dembora Bay 3.
okay. So moving on to new applications, DRB 241025, 201 North Coconut Lane. Thank you.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory level, including one or more waivers, and a variance to reduce the open space requirement in the front yard to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so this is an understory home that the applicant is proposing. It's a 7,500 square foot lot on Hibiscus Island. The home is designed in a contemporary style with contrasting materials and rectilinear forms. The front elevation features a dominant stucco grid, frames the walls and the planes of the glass. And projecting balconies stagger each floor that are located on the front and rear elevations. The first fully enclosed habitable floor is located at an elevation of 15 feet. The overall home, height of the home is at 24 feet, so that's within the allowable height limits. Staff is looking at adjusting, well, the height limits in the RS4 districts, but this would be totally in compliant with that. The applicant is requesting a waiver related to the open space requirement for two-story elevations that exceed 60 feet in length. In this case, it's 63 feet, so they're only exceeding that dimension by 3 feet, 10 inches. But the design does incorporate open space. It just does not comply with the minimum standard. And so staff finds that the elevation does comply with the intent of the code in breaking up that massing, and staff is supportive of issuing the waiver. Additionally, the applicant is requesting a variance from the front yard elevation for the front yard. The code requires that 70% of the front yard be open space. Currently, the applicant only has 51%, they're occupying 51%, so leaving only 49% open. This is because they have a garage. The lot is very narrow, and the driveways and the walkways leading into the garage, there's really no other way to design them, so it is a practical difficulty due to the narrowness of the lot and the limited access there's no other access points except the front yard. So staff is supportive of the issuance of the variances. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, including the variances subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Good morning, board. Nice to see you all. My name is Raphael Levy from Cho F. Levy Fishman, 8425 Biscayne, Suite 201. It's a pleasure today to present to you 201 North Coconut Lane, the Beal residence. It is on Palm Island. Here's the location. It is in an RS4 district. A bunch of the houses around it are relatively low scales, but we are seeing a bunch of new developments come up that are conforming to the new codes, including the understories. This will be one of them. An elevation that you can see in context. So as you come in, you're presented with the garage. The volume of the house is sort of conceived of as like a big stone block that's kind of carved out and has the balconies kind of projecting forth to break up the facades. And then there's a kind of white stucco canopy that wraps the facade to kind of encapsulate everything and create spatial moments with the exteriors and have a relationship to the street. Here you can see the understory. We have the wide driveway. We are asking for the variance, as Rogelio said, because we are in a narrow lot, and our driveway allows us to approach our garage with 2 cars. We have just the center of the lot is occupied by a lobby with the elevator and stair, and the rear of the lot is reserved for a pool deck, and the pool, which we've kept flush with the grade of the site and not elevated. On the first floor, you come up a grand staircase up to the front door, and just to the left of you, you have a very long reflecting pond that occupies our courtyard on the west side of the house. We're asking for a waiver on this side of the house because our courtyard is just not quite 8 feet deep. It's 6 feet 8, but it stretches about 70+% of the side of the elevation. So we feel it at least meets the intent of the code, if not the letter of it. And you know, we have the public spaces sort of facing the rear. We have a bedroom facing the front. And again, the core circulation vertically is happening at the center of the lot. And then upstairs, we have our master suite facing the water, another bedroom facing the front, and then a roof deck above up on the roof. We are staying within our sort of typical palette of tropical modern materials. The bulk of the volume will be clad in stone. There will be a canopy element, which will be painted stucco, and then some accents and some surfaces which will be clad with a wood material. Whether it's natural wood or a synthetic is to be determined, but we've been going more synthetic lately for maintenance reasons. The one thing that we would like to ask the DRB for that hasn't made it into our application yet is when we were looking at the drawings, We set our first floor elevation 10 feet above grade, but our understory is relatively flush with the street. We'd like to raise the first floor 2 feet to raise our understory and make the structure more resilient. So right now, we're proposing in our application plus 15, we're asking if the board would allow us to go to plus 17, which would allow us to take the full 3 feet that the DRB has the discretion to allow us for additional height in an understory. These are some of our axonometric views. As you can see, we try to articulate every facade of the building equally, including the side elevations. And then here are some of the renderings that will show you the articulation of the architecture, the volumes, how the materials play with each other, and create the volumes of spaces that I've been describing. And that's the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone online?
Anyone online, please raise your hand. Nobody with their hands raised.
Okay, I'm now closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for discussion.
I have a couple of questions. Rogelio, or yourselves, what is the dimensions of the lot for this property?
No, it
It's
says
60 width? I
150
just need to
by
know the
50.
width. Is
It's
it
50
60?
by 150.
I'm sorry?
50 feet by 150 feet.
Okay. And the side setback that you're requesting, the open area, Rogelio, if you can explain that as to what's required and what they're actually proposing.
If you don't request the waiver, you have to provide an open space on each side, on each frontage that's longer than 60 feet, that's equal to 1% of the lot size and has a depth of 8 feet. They're proposing an open space, but it has a depth of 6 feet, 8 inches deep. And then it also has a reflecting pool at the ground level. I think the code does require that it consists of open space. So the fact that they're putting a reflecting pool instead of green space would not comply, and the depth does not comply. They're 2 feet short, a little bit less than 2 feet short. So that's the issue. That's why they're
Yeah.
requesting the waiver. And so the design that they're proposing does break up the mass. It complies with the intent of the code. And the reflecting pool that they're proposing is a nice addition, a nice feature for the design.
So as one member, I can only speak on my thoughts. I think that you're correct in that the breakup that they have on the side does present the intent of the code to break up the mass on the side, and does it nicely with the element of the water feature. As to the lot having a width of 55, from personal experience, I can say it is extremely difficult to design something, and most homes do have a two-car garage, so I can understand that you need that area to be covered more than the 70% that is required. So I have no problem with the front coverage for the entrance to the garage. As to the additional elevation of 2 feet, I don't know if legal can direct us as to whether this requires the notice to be reissued, because it is an additional request that may not have been advertised in the original advertisement.
What are the parameters of the notice?
Better
So-
turn on your microphone.
So that is something that the height, the additional height, when you're going above 24 feet, is something that the DRB has to approve as a waiver. We did advertise that there were several waivers. We did not, we advertise specifically what variances are, but waivers, we sort of leave it open-ended in
Okay.
case something like this pops up. So I think the height,
So we're covered with this?
I
Okay,
believe that we're covered,
all right,
yeah.
then
There
I'm
shouldn't be
I'm
any-
fine with that then. Thank you.
I have a question. Does your section, sheet A31, show that additional 2 feet for the ground? Or do you have a proposal of how you want the relationship of the building, the site, and the existing street to be with that additional 2 feet?
The section is a 3.1, but this is the previous one. We are basically looking to raise what you see here as 15 feet of the first floor elevation to 17 feet.
Right. So I guess in general, I don't have any issue with raising it, but my concern right now is when we look at sort of the architectural code and then the intent of the understory together, I feel like there's going to be some conflicting issues. So I have no issue with the form of the building, but it being a reflecting pond on the west side, especially if we're raising that, you know, we need to absorb as much water runoff as possible. And I think the point that that should be open green space is for that. And then again, if you're raising the site, you know, I think it's really important that we understand how are you treating the site? What is the landscape function? What is its relationship to the building and to the existing context, which is then the street? So again, I don't have any issues with the request, but I don't think that you are showing us how it's actually going to benefit the larger context when you take advantage of those waivers, which they're in place for sort of this new urbanism of, you know, a raised Miami Beach versus the individual house. So I would request that we have drawings that show the relationship of the landscape, the raised site, and the building.
Ralph Choef Levy Fishman. So what we're talking
Did
here-
you want to say something? I think she wanted to say
it
before.
was a similar point. I again don't have really any issues with what you're requesting here. But the interplay, I guess maybe it's just the renderings, but the lack of landscaping against like a stark white.
We have a full landscape presentation. This is just architecture, and we don't necessarily like articulate all of our landscape.
I think it's supposed to be
ambitions in
part
these
of your
restaurants.
presentation.
Yes, we
but-
have our landscape architect here actually who could speak to.
Okay.
We have our landscape architect here. Also, by code, we have to have a civil engineer to keep water runoff on site. And that's all done by calculations, and we'll never get a permit if we don't prove that the water stays on site. That's why we have a civil engineer and civil engineering drawings as part of our package, not here, but as part of the construction drawing package in the end. The intent of the code to set it back 1% or 8 feet as a depth, not exceeding a 60-foot length. What we've done here is we've provided this really beautiful reflecting pond with an entire facade of sliding glass doors that when open exposes actually the inside of the house to that, and who is ever inside the house when they're walking through the corridors actually gets the benefit of that water right there as they're walking into the house. So I think that alone is a beautiful feature that is quite costly to the owner, and it does serve the intent. Again, it's all about the intent of why that code was made up, was to break up exteriors on the side.
I agree with you that it serves the intent of that part of the code, and it serves the owner. And my response and my comment was, then again, in the front part, you know, you're also asking for more impervious and less open space. So when we look at the design as a whole, and I think this is why we're up here and why the understory projects are coming to the DRB, so that we understand its relationship to the community and not just serving the client. So yes, I think that the reflecting pond and the adjacent windows are great. That's going to be enjoyed by the client, but then, you know, it's like where is the design giving back to the community a little bit with the intent?
Well, the intent, so you have to set back 8 feet, and it has to be 1% of the lot size. We're setting back 6 feet 8 inches. That means we're short 1 feet 4 inches, but we're making up for it.
Yeah, the
with
form I'm fine with, but it's supposed to be open space, so you're also.
We feel we're giving back to the neighbors quite a bit. If you look at all the elevations, if you've ever seen our architecture, our side elevations are not flat. Our side elevations are always interesting. And this is one of the cases that it is. I think we're giving back in this form. Also, they'll see the front and the back of the residence. Now, regarding the front area, we only have a 50-foot wide lot, and we have a 2-car garage, which they're entitled to. And so that alone is why we have to ask for a waiver at that point. Otherwise, we wouldn't be, if it was a wide enough lot, of course, we wouldn't be asking for a waiver.
If I could say something too, or I know I can. So I have to say I very much like the design, and I would say to your point, the east elevation in particular was something that I found really striking with the spiral staircase and the floating staircase. Lovely. I think that this issue, my one concern that I had with the project as proposed, it, sort of bookends Shauna and Laura's concerns. I want to know, I understand why you have this double wide driveway. And I also went to the site. It is a small lot. And also that I do know that these islands have been notorious for having bad flooding. Quick question. I noticed that a bunch of the homes on that block, and I didn't notice if this one, the street has already been raised and you go down. Without the additional raising, would this property also do that?
We were not, I think, roughly.
No, we would be above the street.
We would be above the street.
Okay, when you do it, and so if you weren't able to do the extra 2 feet, it would still be above the street?
Yeah, previous
Right.
design, yeah,
It would be more or less flush.
right.
Flush, okay, that was the question. So let me ask
Previous
you,
designs did not have that commodity available to them. The building department changed that, rightfully so, to avoid flooding. So now, instead of going down, we're either flush or a little bit above.
okay, so let me ask you a question. How come, because what you're asking for with the driveway, I mean, it is a lot more impervious space. Is there a different material that can be used for the driveway?
Yeah, I mean, if the DRB would be more comfortable approving this driveway if it was like a terra paver or something porous or something that integrates landscaping, I think we'd be totally open to an option like that.
I mean, I think that would resolve some issues, again, because these properties are known to flood, and I mean, this is why you're doing the understory, to make it even more resilient and environmentally forward. I think that would be a good decision. Also, and then, yeah, let me ask, really, the understory, I could have sworn, and I could be wrong, that last time when we reviewed a large understory home also on these islands, there was an issue with the carport, and I could have sworn you said that the understory is designed to act like a garage so that understory homes don't have garages. But now this is one of 2 proposals that have both a garage and an understory. So what?
I think it depends on the way, the width of the lot and the ability to accommodate the cars. So in some of these proposals, they're much wider lots, and they have the ability to sort of accommodate the cars really far into the interior of the understory space so that you don't have that garage effect. In this case, because of the narrowness of the lot, it's really difficult to have the car go in and make a left turn and have a garage that's far more concealed from view. The code doesn't prohibit the garage being located right on the edge of the understory, almost like a traditional home where the garage is right in the front. So that's really the issue here, and I think why it was designed that way. Ideally, it would sort of be pushed back into the understory, but in this case, I think that would really eat into their usable space and sort of eat away at much of the intent of the understory, which was to create additional living space for the resident.
Okay, yeah, no, so essentially it's just the garage, it just has an additional retractable wall as
Right.
opposed to being open, is
Yep.
really defining it by garage or not a garage. So then moving forward on larger properties, it can't be enclosed, but on smaller lots like this, it can. That's the
In
general.
larger property, it can be enclosed, but they typically enclose it further back, recessed
Right.
into the facade, so you don't see it from the front.
I see,
Yeah.
okay, that was,
The-
yeah, so, and I think too that, yeah, if you're willing to use a material that is pervious, and I also think that what?
They're required.
That, well, as proposed, it seems like you're not, I mean, that was the issue.
I mean, the code as it's written, requires it to be
Pervious.
paving on grade or something like that. So it's gonna be porous to some degree. I think, a large slab of concrete is gonna have a different kind of absorptive property than a terra paver. So, yeah, I mean, even though these things are set on sand or what have you, and it will have some porosity, there are definitely options that can enhance it.
Yeah, I mean, so I would support the variance, I mean, because we're talking about over 20% difference in what's required versus what you're proposing. So if if there were to be a different choice of material, and maybe it's something that, you know, can be suggested by another board member to use, I could support the variance because it would, you know,
Let me add this. I thought, Rogelio, that we were required to have pervious material on a driveway in the front and as well as in the back to allow for the water to percolate into the ground. Is that not?
The code requires either pervious or high albedo, which is a light color that would reflect heat and minimize the urban heat island. Ideally, you would have both, but the code sort of gives you an option of one or the other. I think in this case, it is prudent to require that because of
Pervious.
the increased lot coverage in that front yard. So I think it would be a prudent request.
The other option is it possible for that driveway, it starts off and ends at the garage with a two-car width, you know, a driveway for two vehicles? Can it start off narrower and then sort of cup up as it reaches the entrance of the garage? So that you would have more pervious area?
I can answer that.
Okay.
The lot is very narrow, and in such, we want the cars to be able to drive into the garage and then be able to pull out and have enough room to maneuver. If we were to make a portion of that narrower, I think it would make it harder for the cars to get, it would be okay to get in, but to get out would be quite difficult. As it is right now, they're going to have to back out all the way because of the width of the lot. So that's why we kind of hesitate to do that. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Is it practical and feasible in this application? Not really. So.
Yeah, I tend to agree with staff's analysis that the narrowness of the lot poses a practical difficulty that warrants the granting of the requested variance.
May I ask one question too about the front wall? Have you guys chosen a material for the actual gate that's going when the gate is closed?
Not yet. My preference would be to do stone, but oftentimes the cost isn't there, and you know it's getting covered with landscaping anyhow. So we haven't quite gotten there. I think right now we're proposing it set back 2 feet, so it'll be a 6-foot-high wall. Our gates are typically metal and you know designed to appear consistent with other metal features of the house. So it may have a louvered kind of appearance to it, and be painted the same as the window frames. But aside from that, I don't think we've sort of gotten into those details yet.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the site may benefit from like a louvered or pervious frontage there to break up the white wall.
Yeah, and if you look on the other homes on the block, they, at least the one to the left, didn't have any fencing at all. I don't remember this. So having, and this is a street, there's no sidewalks. So it's really, you know, up against the street. I would recommend that the fence be pervious as well, just because there's such, the home itself is going to create such a big presence. And it's a tight street, a narrow lot, everything is very close. That's what I would recommend. And I would also say too, we started talking about the landscaping before. I think that having, you know, it's just the presentation, the landscaping that you show in the presentation doesn't really do it justice. I think that was, you know, part of the issue. But I would hope that, I think soft line landscaping would do a really good job. I like the sort of the boxiness of the design, but you know, it needs some softening, and certainly the landscaping would be the way to get that done. And I also think that with a driveway having, you know, being a little bit more to the code, would also help with that softening. Okay. Oh, and I had a question too. What is the material that you're going to use for the railing for the front stair? Is it glass?
Yes.
Didn't really say.
Yeah, all our railings here are glass.
Okay. Any other comments? Does everyone feel satisfied?
Are we gonna get a landscape presentation or not?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that we have one loaded up. There was some landscape
There are
drawings.
some plans listed. There is a landscape plan that was
Well,
submitted.
I feel like the rest of my peers probably just are in support, so I'll just make a statement that, you know, of course, there's a civil engineer, of course, there's calculations, but I guess we're up here, and the reason why these types of residence projects comes to our board is to talk again about cohesiveness, the architect's role in leading that integrated design, and not just saying the civil engineer will do calculations. How is landscape absorbing water, maximizing, you know, the rainfall we get? We can do calculations, but we know things don't work the way that they're supposed to work on paper. So I'm just asking for a little bit more responsibility from your guys' team on that, but
Sure,
that's my
and
comment.
we'd also be happy to accept as a condition for approval, you know, to work with staff on, you know, precisely those issues to the point that they're satisfied as, you know, as a condition of our approval.
Also to clarify, and I don't know if this makes a difference or not, I noticed that the pool is not at grade. The pool is at the first,
No, it's at
it's
grade.
floating. Or
It's at the understory level.
is it the what?
It's at the understory level. It's not elevated up to the first floor.
The pool. Oh, it seems like first floor landscape plan.
Yeah, if you look at G 4.4, the
Is it in
rendering,
the,
you'll
is
see-
the pool at the understory level or the
Yes.
first floor level?
No, understory level.
Because it's not what's here on the plan. On the plan, it looks like, and maybe I'm wrong, it looks like the pool is at the first story.
Can
you
you
look-
show
maybe
on the
the-
screen for purposes of those?
Right, no,
The-
that's, no, I guess I meant the reflecting pool, not
Oh,
the
the
swimming
reflecting
pool.
pond, yes, yes. The
That's
reflecting
raised.
pond is elevated at the first floor, yes. As you come up to the front door, it'll be right there next to you.
So
it'll
does
be
that
elevated.
affect what you were saying about, you know?
I mean, I'm not in support of that. They're basically building in the open space, so, but
It's covered
But
as
we
opposed to.
would normally be permitted landscape space at that elevation if I'm not
Or
understood.
normally there would be nothing there.
Or equipment is allowed in that space too, so.
So here's the code. If, let's say we went to the law on this, and we set back 8 feet, and the width equaled 1% of the property size, and it goes all the way down to grade, and this was this void space, it would not be architecturally pleasant, but we meet the code. And what we did here is we did something that's a lot more costly to the owner. It'll face the neighbor, and it's 6 feet 8 inches set in for quite a long length. So when you walk into the house, you're walking right next to this reflecting pond, which is a beautiful feature. So, you know, could we have gone back 8 feet and left it as a void? Yes, but architecturally, it would not be very pleasant.
What are the sides
That's
of
where
this pool?
landscape comes in. Sorry, that's where landscape comes in. And I think on your L1, to the point, you're showing a gravel path and some plants, but then the reflecting pond would be right above that. So I guess, is stuff gonna grow under that? You know, I just think there's,
Right, it's almost like it's acting as an extension of the understory as opposed to an open space, which
Yeah.
is your point.
Can you bring up the rendering of the,
You know what, you can see it on the presentation on page 25. You can get a,
Unfortunately, the writing is blocking the important part of that rendering.
isn't that it right there?
Yeah, but if you take that off, you'll see the reflecting pond and how it works with the understory and with the, oh, there it is, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was like, what writing? Sorry.
That.
No, we're good, right.
Okay, I was like, I don't-
I was looking at that, so.
okay.
Yeah, so that's the elevation. So you could see that facing forward, we have a series of voids back and forth. We have a lot of glass facing the front, and we have almost an all-glass facade there. How does the space below it work? Well, we're going to have a civil engineer, we're going to have a landscape architect, make sure that all the water stays, and if it requires us removing a gravel path, then we remove the gravel path and we put in grass in that area, and we berm it, or we put French drains, whatever we have to do. But it is the code that we have to maintain. I think it's the first inch of water on the site, and that's what's going to happen, or else we can't get a permit.
And we skipped completely over the fact. I think you did an amazing job with both side elevations. I mean, you're really, the attention to detail, you keep upping the game with that, and I think it's worth mentioning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's why I'd approve of it.
Yeah, I do think that it meets the intent of the code. Like, it is open, it's not, it's still, I think that the reasoning behind this code is so that the adjacent neighbor is not staring at, you know, a flat wall, and certainly there's movement in it. And yeah, I mean, it is a challenge. I feel like there's been more than one proposal of an understory that shows landscaping under the understory, which I too always question, but I'm going to assume that there are plants that don't, you know, low light plants that can grow in these areas. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Like I said, Chris, our landscape architect is
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, so what is your plan? I mean, I think to alleviate Sean's concerns.
Morning, everybody. Chris Colley. It's really nice to be here. On sheet L 1.0, there's a landscape plan, and it's pretty graphic and easy to read, and it shows how the landscape on that western side comes up under the reflecting pool, which is one level above. And definitely it's all shade tolerant tropical plants, or some lady palms and some monstera and everything that would grow really well in that type of condition. And, you know, over the years, once the understories became a thing, then obviously, you know, this brought up a series of challenges. And so we've gotten used to how to deal with these spaces in a better way over the years. And so we do have all of that understory planting, which we think will do really well. And then just as an aside, in the rendering that was shown where it had the reflecting pool on that west side on the second level, on the landscape plan, I know it's hard to read these landscape plans, it's all these little shapes and symbols, but we do have really nice tropical screening along that side right there, so that when you're inside of the residence and you look out of that beautiful large window, you would see this really awesome tropical buffer. And then the last thing I would mention is that, you know, especially on these sites on this island, because they're so narrow and they're so tight, the simpler the scheme, the better the chance of success, you know? And so the landscape plan, we've really tried to think it out really well and make sure each component piece works to support and help accentuate the architecture. And so we have a nice coconut palm leaning in the front, and we do have nice plantings in front of the wall adjacent to the street. Like Raphael mentioned, the wall's set 2 feet back from the property line, which gives us a little buffer there. And then the majority of the trees and the palms and the hedges on the side are all native species. So we feel really strongly that the landscape will help accentuate that, the residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know, does that affect your concerns, or does somebody want to, are we ready to make a
I
motion?
think you
or-
guys can make a motion, and I don't think my comments
Can I-
are being absorbed.
Can I ask you one quick question? What are your side setbacks on the proposed?
I believe they're 7.5 on both sides.
Okay,
Let me just verify.
that's fine.
Yeah, 7.5
Um,
both sides.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready to make a motion that we, what am I moving? Let's see. That we approve the additional 2 feet elevation. So far, so good, Rogelio? Oh,
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I have a question actually related to that. So the streets in this area have already been raised. So is it necessary to have, and this home has an understory, is it necessary to have
raise
that? I mean,
further.
because my impression is that we're giving this extra with the intention that streets will be raised, but I don't know if the streets, this is one of the few examples where the streets have already been raised. So is it really necessary?
So what, the understory level now is,
I think it was 15.
it's at an elevation of 15, but do they show the future Crown of Road elevation? Can you open the?
It's, I believe it's already been raised. We got a determination from Public Works. The 4.87 is the raised street elevation.
So 4.87, they're at 15, so you have a height of about 10 feet clearance?
Yes, but that's
Currently?
with the understory more or less flush with the with the street. We'd like to raise the understory elevation a little bit, just so we have some resiliency from any flooding that may occur on the street.
Okay. So that is allowed. They are allowed to raise the yard up to base flood elevation. I would say if the street has been raised to 4, that's probably not the highest that we have. In many other areas, we're looking at 5, 6, 7 in some cases. So I think that is pretty low, so it might not be a bad idea to allow them to raise the yard a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay. And then variance.
You can all help in
Yeah.
with the, okay, feel free to help in. Okay, so I make a motion that we approve the additional 2 feet elevation.
So can we just, so that would make the maximum height 27 feet
In total,
in total, yeah.
that we approve the variance for the 49% of the required street side yard opening, which is currently required at 70%.
With
That-
the different material though,
That's
With
for the
pervious
front.
pavers.
pervious.
But that would be for the front driveway, not the
That's what
side
the
yard.
variance is. Isn't the
Okay.
variance,
The side
So-
yards are waivers.
The side yard are waivers.
the variance is the driveway.
Okay,
So
and
why don't
I'm going by
do-
page number 2, which says a variance to allow 49% of the required street side yard.
I think what we need to do is have a motion for the design and then a separate motion for the variance. And I think that would make it a lot more clear. And that's what we've done in the past. So maybe if you want to make a motion to approve the design with the waivers, and then have the variance, which has to do with the driveway.
That's fine. Rogelio, what I would like you to do is enumerate the waivers, because the page 2 of this report only talks as to the variance, to allow 49% of the required street side yard.
Should be the front yard.
Maybe that's where the problem is, that it should say front instead of side.
Street front yard, yes.
Okay, all right, that's the,
Yep.
okay, so make a motion to approve the design, number 1. Number 2, make a motion to approve the variance of the front street yard to go 49% instead of the required 70%. However, with the caveat that they would include pervious material on that driveway. And there's a third, and that is the waivers, one of them being the side yard setback,
The open space.
the open
Yep, yep.
space on the side yard on the, let's see, on the east side, I guess it is. Okay.
And approve the waivers.
Do we need to add any more specificity to the waivers?
No, I don't, I think
Okay, no
that's
more.
understood.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Butagawali, second by Mr. Sheldon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Motion passes 5 to 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I see our Public Works team is back. If you want to come back and we can hear that next again. Okay, so have you been debriefed as to what our main question was?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Giancarlo Peña, Assistant City Engineer, Public Works. So in regards to the West Avenue lights, on May 2020, the city Public Works went through an update of our city's lighting standards. So the lights that are proposed for West Avenue are consistent with our standards. So that's why, this has been used and it was proposed in 2021, and now we're continuing with this because in an effort to eliminate the different lighting that are within the city, we went through this process and we proposed two options. One is the loose pulsing lights, which are consistent with the West Avenue, Sunset Harbor, which is a mix of, and there's a more residential, which is the Acorn lines that you can see on Flamingo and more, residential neighborhoods. So that's part of our standards, and that's, where this allows our operation and have, stocks and be able to change them or replace them in the future, right?
So can you elaborate the Lewis Paulson lights that you,
Yes.
what, are those the ones that are
They were
aluminum?
presented, yeah, those are the ones that are presented at
The saucer ones.
That's the saucer ones. And
Yeah,
then
saucer.
what was the other option?
the
acorn.
acorn lighting.
Little House
So
on the
they're-
Prairie.
Yes, they're more for.
So they're both very traditional forms as opposed to more modern. What about the, and I forgot what page it was on, that showed,
25, I think.
here, go back.
the-
That one.
That one.
Did you see the one in the background that's on the other side of Alton Road? That looks very modern?
Yeah, that's an FDOT, yeah, that's FDOT, that's an FDOT road, so they have their different standards, I think they've been, so that's not a city, light.
So you don't have that light
We don't
in
have that.
any other city street? They are only on that portion of Alton Road,
I'll have
being
to
an FDOT road?
FDOT road, yes, that's it.
And they maintain those lights?
They maintain those lights, and if we have an agreement, they'll have to, for these lights, my understanding, we don't maintain this kind of lights.
And so do you know what type of lighting there is on the other side of Alton?
And this is, I'm not sure.
To the
Which is
east,
this
you
one?
mean?
This
Yes.
is-
To the
This is
east.
10th Street, right? 10th Street. If we cross into the Flamingo neighborhood, then we'll see the acorn light, which are the more residential lighting.
Which looks like these?
Right.
The
one right there.
I could provide the details. It's a different detail that we have in our standards.
Is that your acorn light on the screen?
No.
The acorn
No,
street light?
No, this is the one that has, this is the Lewis, this is the one that's been used for a mixed use area, which is, have commercial, you have residential, like
Right.
West Avenue, Sunset Harbor, all these
Right,
areas. So
yeah, yeah.
we want to be consistent through this corridor, so once you go through West Avenue, you enter Sunset Harbor in this seamless transition of lighting, and we can maintain and operate.
But then you're talking about changing it to this one, so now there's gonna be one in Sunset Harbor, one in West Avenue, and a separate one in Flamingo.
No, Flamingo is the only one that is different to Sunset Harbor and.
Because it's not a
and
mixed
West Avenue.
use.
Yes.
It's
Are you gonna be
residential.
proposing this light fixture in Sunset Harbor as well?
It's already installed in Sunset Harbor.
This one?
Yes, with the pedestrian, which is a flat that you show in the.
This.
Yeah,
So, yes. With that one.
and that's already there, and there's
Yeah, that's
no
already there, and that's
change.
been installed, so that's why.
And so that's why we have this presentation to say, okay, there needs to be
Continue, yes.
consistency.
Yes, and you see the difference, but because that's right in the middle between West Avenue and Flamingo, which is Alton Road. So Alton Road is a FDOT road, so it's maintained by them, so they pick and they've been changed, they maintain their own lighting, so we don't maintain those.
And there's no way that the city could have those lights.
We'll have to basically make an amendment to the standards, our public works standard, which was approved by City Commission in 2020. So that's a process, because there was, like I mentioned, there was a process in which we looked different alternative. We tried to, and we selected based on that, and
Okay. Is that?
I'm noticing that the ones in Sunset Harbor, I'm just on Google Maps, are white. Do you think that would help? Like, they're painted white.
I mean, I think that the idea is that it just be consistent.
They may be aluminum.
That,
Are the ones in Sunset Harbor aluminum or white?
they're
Or the
white.
bronze?
They're
They're
white.
white.
They're white,
Okay.
and West Ave, that's.
why did they change to black all of a sudden in some
That
places?
I'll have to. That's
Because I think the black also peels, does it not?
And
No,
there's like
no.
a
No.
court one too.
I-
They're
It
both
may-
painted. They both painted. So they're all
Yeah.
painted.
So that light that we were just looking at, though, is different than the Acorn pedestrian light. That light we were just looking at, that's in Sunset Harbor.
You want to,
It
Yeah.
is, but it's white.
that's the pedestrian lighting, and it's white in Sunset Harbor. And the reason that maybe they're switching to bronze or the dark color may have something to do with graffiti, maybe?
I'll have to check. I'll have to
Okay.
check. I don't have that information, but we could
Okay.
provide that
No, that's
information.
This light is not the pedestrian light proposed, what we were just looking at.
Yeah, that's the
It
same
is.
one.
It's not an acorn-looking,
That's the,
Little
that's
House
the
on the Prairie.
traffic light. The acorn is the, put
So
it back
in
on.
Fl- In
Yeah.
Flamingo Park, they're using.
That is the street light, whereas the disc more modern is the pedestrian light.
Yeah, we'll have two lights. One which is pedestrian, which is a shorter one, and then the one that you show, that one is a 25-foot for the cars, vehicular traffic.
And so this is what's already in Sunset Harbor, but it's
Yes,
white as opposed
yes,
to black.
Yes, and the light poles, the pedestrians as well, they're all white. West Avenues are black. So
Right.
And the side streets to West Avenue are also dark.
they're gonna be changed.
Okay.
They're gonna be changed all the side streets, so it's the entire neighborhood from Alton to the Bay. It's gonna
Right.
be all homogeneous.
But it will be the dark color, not the
Yes,
white.
at this point, yes.
Unless we require otherwise. I mean,
They've
that's
already
what you're here
changed some
for.
of them, is what I heard before, is that 14th Street, for example, was already changed.
Yes, and that was the first phase of West Avenue, so that was already completed. And this one, my understanding is that this was started in 2021, so the contractor already, I think, has purchased some of them, because we already submitted that before.
Purchase
the board.
order.
Purchase some of them. I don't know the amount, but that'll be a change as well, so I just wanna,
So if we request that the lighting be white to be consistent with Sunset Harbor, there's going to be one street where it's already installed that it's black.
it's gonna be 14, 10th Street, West Avenue from 6th Street to 8th Street, because
That the lighting is already installed
they're
there?
already installed. They're already there from 2018.
So basically, we need to, you're not really giving us a choice here. This is already existing, and if we want to be consistent, we have to just do this.
I'm
That's
explaining
okay,
what
you
is the
can
reason
say
that
yes.
was
Yeah, I mean,
no
it's
one-
fine. I'm just trying to get a sense
Yes,
of what
yes.
is being
It's
required
always
of
a-
us.
yes.
You know, okay.
We're not the commission here, we're not
Yeah, I'm
gonna
not
kill you.
gonna,
but-
you know, I just want to,
Okay,
I'm
just-
like, wait a minute, I just
There's
want to make
always
sure I'm
that.
understanding what's happening. Okay,
Yes,
so, because the impression that I think certainly I had gotten was that the whole area was going to be redone, and our goal to make things consistent, it seemed like we had a bit more of a blank slate to say, okay, this is what would be better.
Yes, there's a phase one that was already completed, so we're trying to yes.
Okay,
Is
okay.
there, other than going back to commission and saying we would like to change the design of our street lighting, and the fact that we would have to increase the variety of inventory that we have for the repair and maintenance of the existing pedestrian and, not pedestrian, but street lights that we have that look like the Acorn, is there anything else that we can do? So that it becomes more of a modern light, similar to the one by FDOT? This is the first time that we, as residents, probably, at least I, as a resident, want to mimic FDOT. You know, typically, that's not the case. But is there anything we can do to have more of a modern type street lighting?
Yeah, what could, I could bring this to upper management, so we can investigate the options that we have, but it will be updating the standard, which is a process that we have to do, and then we can update it, and then we do updates every certain years, usually, no?
I would like to
Yeah.
do
When is
that
it due?
because
When is it
We
due
just
to be
finished one,
updated?
we just finished one this year, so
Oh,
it will
okay,
take,
okay.
yeah.
I don't
So
think the
it's like-
DRB ever had a say in what the commission passed, because it doesn't have anything to do architecturally with anything in the city.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I would like you to do that. And
Right.
if
Certainly.
not
You
now,
know,
at least for the future, we
Certainly to
can
explore, I
not
mean,
keep putting these horrible lights everywhere.
I
Yeah.
think for now, we should approve what is before us with the caveat that going forward, the next time, 10 years from now probably, when you do go with another design for pedestrian and street lighting, that it be brought for recommendation or input of the design review board.
Understood,
Okay.
understood.
because it seems at this point, there's not that many,
There's no option.
there's not a lot of options. This is it, and you just need a yes to move forward. And
So-
we're holding up the whole thing.
So I make a motion, if we're ready, to approve the pedestrian and street lighting for the West Avenue project, and to request city administration in the future to obtain input from DRB on the design of the street lights.
I apologize. Would you like that to be a separate recommendation that we can transmit to the city commission as an
Sure.
LTC?
Sure.
Yeah, can I edit the recommendation slightly? Like, I think it's more than the streetlights. I think it's, if there is a holistic plan that we can see that, so we can comment on all aspects of the materials.
Yeah, there is.
and
It goes
approach.
with waste baskets, bus benches, signage.
I'm talking about like the pump station enclosures and that stuff.
Okay.
I second the motion.
So, just procedurally, can we look at the project first and then a second motion for that
Yeah, a
LTC?
separate motion,
Yep.
because this was just approved by commission, so
Mhm.
we're not gonna change it at this point. They've gone through a whole process on it. But I think, Rogelio, when it goes to the city commission, if you can explain in that correspondence why, you know, that we would like to, and holistically at a whole project, you know, of street furnishings and generator enclosures, pump station enclosures. Yeah, that's the street, signage, although signage was recently, after many years of quarreling with FDOT, it finally got approved. Many, many years of painful.
Okay, so for the project, we have a motion. Do we have a second for the,
Second.
second by Ms. Meyer? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I,
Okay, and
just
then
double
do
check,
we
every
have-
other CIP, does that also include the screening approval?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect, so the screening,
the
all
whole-
right.
the whole
Yes, I
motion, yeah.
appreciate it. Thanks.
And then for the an LTC to the commission, do we have a motion to transmit an LTC with that recommendation to the commission?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion
I
by Mr.
second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our next item, DRB 24-1039, 1691 Michigan Avenue.
An application has been filed requesting design review board approval for a proposed valet pickup and drop-off service area to replace a drive-through lanes in the existing office building.
Oh, I don't think all the clients were here to be sworn in.
Guys, quickly, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, thank you.
Okay, so this application is related to the office building at 1691 Michigan Avenue. The office building was here before the board in September to approve a complete redesign of the exterior, including recladding of the facade, so you may recall that item. Now the applicant is here in regards to the driveway slash former bank drive-through that's located off of 17th Street on the eastern end of the property. They're proposing to redo that driveway to turn it into the bank, what formerly is a bank drive-through teller, to turn it into a valet drop-off area. So as part of this, they're reversing the lane. So currently you access that area from Lincoln Lane North and you exit onto 17th Street. They're reversing it so you enter through 17th Street and exit out to Lincoln Lane North. As part of this, they're proposing to enclose that driveway area. Currently, it's completely open, facing a residential building that's very close to the building. And so they're proposing to enclose that, which should help minimize any sound. And so this will become the valet slash signature entry for the building, including the office tenants, and they recently received a variance from the Board of Adjustment to allow for an alcoholic beverage establishment, a bar, to be located on the third floor, which is primarily going to be used during the day as an amenity for the tenants. It has to be used for tenants during the day, and then at night it would be open to the public. Part of that variance request required that the DRB look at this and to ensure that the driveway be screened from the adjacent property. So they're doing that. They're proposing to create a solid wall so that it's buffered from the adjacent residential property. Staff does have concerns. There is a small setback from the property line to the building. There's some minimal landscaping there, and there's no fencing, so that can create some security concerns. People can get into that, so staff does recommend that there be a fence placed there to seal that area off and protect that area. And there's a utility pole in the front that could use some improvement, so we would recommend that they work with FPL to improve that structure, which I'm sure they would want to do anyways. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Ready? So good morning, Madam Chair, Board member, staff. Michael Larkin, representing the applicant. Forgive me, I'm working through a little bit of allergies today. I thought the Allegra would kick in, but it has not yet, so I will soldier on though. Here representing the applicant, with me from the applicant is Robert Ravani and Patrick Corey. We have Jose Gomez, our architect of record. We have Carlos Rodriguez, our designer. Staff, as Rogelio noted, is recommending approval. We accept all the conditions set forth in the staff recommendation. As Rogelio also told you, Robert has purchased a long-term lease interest in this office building some months ago now. It's situated at the corner of 17th Street and Michigan Avenue at the southeast corner. Nick, can you pull up the... Upon the purchase of this leasehold interest, Robert immediately began preparing plans to improve the building. He coined the phrase Class X. It's what he would like an office building to be in the future, with all sorts of different amenities that even a Class A office building at this point in time would not have. You all have already approved a redesign of the exterior elevation. Now we are back before you all asking for your approval for a redesign of the ground floor driveway that goes from 17th Street to Lincoln Lane North. This will be converted from what was probably used as a driveway extension for Jefferson Bank, which was there as the original bank tenant on the ground floor. Now we'd like to convert it to a valet to serve the entire building. When you park in the garage, it's a little bit of an awkward experience in that if you're visiting the office building or a tenant there, you have to exit the garage, go out into the sidewalk, come back into the lobby. There's no interconnection that's internal between the garage and this office building. As a result, Robert is proposing this valet area to meet the needs of tenants and visitors. Let me do the these are just different pictures of the, I don't want to make the mistake Ralph did, it's clear. These are different pictures of what it looks like from 17th Street, and then the one with the porta potty is from Lincoln Lane North. Different views of it is going to vastly improve from its current condition. We are sensitive to the needs of our residential neighbor to the east regarding their peace and quiet. They don't like the current condition. The openness has always bothered them. So what we're proposing, we've entered into a support agreement with them, is that we will construct a wall that will be the whole length of the property. As an additional proffer, it includes foam within the core of the wall, which acts as a noise absorption material. So based upon that, they have entered into a support agreement with us, and they are pleased. Staff also raised that as one of their concerns, so we're also addressing staff's concerns by having a wall go along the length of the property. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our design team, and they'll walk you all through the remainder of the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, other board members. My name is Carlos Rodriguez. I'm the principal of Escala Forma Studio. The continuation of this design approach is taking into consideration the design language that was established on the facade. We want the experience to be continuous. So as the main approach into the garage, the building pulls you in, and we conceal currently mechanical equipment that is exposed in this entry, and we support the traffic flow within this area. There is really a confusing pattern, whether it be the drop-off, as Michael discussed, on Michigan versus Pennsylvania. So this design attempt is to really create a condition where the experience is in design, continues from facade exposure until the front door of the structure. So as you see here, we're carrying a variation of split face, which is seen above right here in the sample in the front. And we are carrying the same design language of this curvature, kind of luring you into that condition. This wall that separates the residential building, we have introduced a water feature that becomes a whimsical standpoint where it softens, one, the noise of a car coming into the space, and it takes you out of the condition of Miami Beach Street. As you see, we've interlaced a bronze material that becomes a divider on the black quartzite material that you have in front of you. We have first tried a lighter material, but we feel with the use of the space, car tires and marks, this is the more forgiving attempt, and it also links in that beautiful white vein. So it's not such a directly harsh black line. So that's pretty much it.
Can you show the exit of the vehicle, the drawing that shows the exit into Lincoln Road Lane or Lincoln Lane? Okay.
I also have a question too. Is the garage still going to be open to the public?
Yes.
Through a different entrance? Or there's or no?
So you want
There's entrances on Michigan and the Jefferson side that will still be self-park. Per the lease with the city, it's required to remain open to the public.
Okay, but then if you were to come in off of, what is it, 17th, does it also connect to, or is that coming from 17th just for the tenants?
So anybody would be able to use the valet, correct? I think anybody visiting the building would be able to use the valet. They would have to come out onto Lincoln Lane and then use one of those, the entrance on Jefferson is where they would use to go into the garage.
But the general public parking it's the same event, they all come
Correct.
together and it's sharing the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the valet lane, it's 2 lanes, both heading southbound, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So right now with this condition, we're also introducing, if you see where the mouse is, the beginning entry, where that curvature, that exactly, that driveway changes the condition. So now people that are going vice versa on 17th are not trying to go against traffic, trying to come into the space. There's only one flow from 17th into the parking now.
Unless you're heading west on 17th, and you
If
have
you're
to
heading
cross over.
westbound.
You have to cross the street to turn in to
So
the.
that's prohibiting that.
So you can't make a left from 17th because
you
of the.
see
Oh, because of the
Correct.
curve.
Currently, you have that problem where you have that condition.
Oh,
So in this introduction, we're prohibiting that. We're introducing that kind of medium that creates the barrier.
So the person heading westbound, how does he get into, or she get into the valet drop-off?
We have a traffic flow. It's at the end.
Yeah, so we can look at it. So this would be the valet route, but a person coming west would either have to make a U-turn at the Jefferson light or have to make a U-turn, or make a left and come around the block. You can't just make a left from 17th. There's not really a turn lane dedicated to go into this, so it would be an illegal turn. So we can't allow them to make.
So making a U-turn, the quickest route would be making a U-turn on 17th in Michigan,
Right.
Correct.
and that's allowed currently.
Yeah, not for our valet, but for,
No, but-
for
but
members of
it's
the
allowed
public,
for
right,
anybody.
as long as they can make the turn.
Has there been discussion that people are going to try to do that anyway? Try when traveling west to come into the.
They're going to try, of course, it's a human error. But how we designed it, it becomes a little bit.
Discourages it.
It discourages it, and it also becomes a little bit more of a difficult condition in the approach. You see that barrier before you see the entry. So if you go back into you'll see it previously. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
So it becomes an aggressive push into that lane, so it's gonna deviate people from crossing over.
And how come you made that choice? You just didn't want to back up traffic on 17th? Or, was that part of the discussion?
That wasn't a part of our request. That was,
Yeah.
that came about
The-
from,
you guys-
from
the
their
It's just
the
traffic
decision.
safety,
analysis.
because it's in
A
a design
safety thing.
decision, because it's just an illegal turn. There is no turn lane on 17th dedicated for this driveway, so you'd have to cross a double yellow line. You'd have to stop in 17th Street and then turn left and basically stop traffic, so.
So you cannot turn right now. It's an illegal turn if
It's
you
not-
turn in the middle of the block.
Right.
That's
Just be-
existing.
Right, you have to go to the light at
And-
Michigan and either turn or.
And maybe most of your traffic generates going eastbound, not westbound?
Generally, we believe so, yes. We don't have a trip cardinal direction associated with this application, but yeah, we think so.
I mean, I think this is one of those situations where, you know, how do you design to prevent that, knowing that some people are still gonna try? Or I guess the question is, can you prevent that from happening? And
We
is this the
can.
way to do it?
If you all know MacArthur Causeway now, in the last 6 to 9 months, they've installed, I don't know, poles. Because people would go in the center lane and then try to jump over to the left lane to get onto the Alton Road flyover, right? So FDOT installed these series of poles to prevent that last minute type of crossover, because it led to a lot of accidents. So similarly here, we could work with the city's Public Works Department to come up with, see if they would be in favor of putting like poles there. They're not the most aesthetically pleasing thing, but they will address this potential illegal traffic maneuver.
Because I know that's what happened in front of the Trader Joe's, where, you know, people were trying to turn mid-block. You know, that's what happened in front of Trader Joe's, where people were trying to turn mid-block. And then, because it was hard to get into the entrance to that space, and granted, there's a lot more people going in and out of Trader Joe's than there will be of this building, but it's definitely a huge mess and a big problem.
That entrance, though, I think is a straight-on entrance, whereas this one is curved because of its design. It discourages you from doing that. That doesn't mean that some people will try to make the turn in the middle of the block, as they may be doing now all along 17th Street.
And the only thing I would add, because it's super frustrating to me, is that when you're trying to head westbound through the alleys, that's the one alley that is one way eastbound. So you'd be in kind of this vicious circle of trying to, unless you make a U-turn somewhere. I mean, signage would address it. I don't think it's going to be a lot of traffic valeting in that building, quite honestly. I think it's going to be very minimal. And I think the design, by the way, is beautiful. The materials are really nice, and the thought into it is really nice.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, I agree. I love this black, and I think, also going with the dark color, especially this material, it gives it an extra sort of level of luxe that I know is, you know, a part of the conception of the entire project. So very nice. I wanted to ask about, well, the question I really appreciate, and we did get letters of support from the neighbors in the adjacent building, and I'm just bringing up a point that was made by staff about putting in that area lighting or security cameras. Is that something that?
Yeah, we're in agreement with staff's conditions. We'll just work with staff as to the level of lighting to make sure that the lighting doesn't become an
Right,
issue.
a glare. I was gonna recommend too, to work with the neighbors, you know, because, yeah, you
Our only
want it
concern is the
lit,
lighting,
but not in their living room.
Right.
Okay.
I wanted also to commend you guys on the design proposal and appreciate bringing sort of the curve language, you know, from the main feature of the building into this space.
Any other comments? No? Does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the valet drop-off proposed for the existing office building, replacing the drive-through lanes that are there now.
I second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
everyone.
Moving along, DRB 24-1043, 1015 Stillwater Drive.
This application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory and a variance for the height of the home. Specifically, the applicant is requesting additional height as is permissible per the land development regulations.
Alrighty. So this is an application for a home that was previously approved. It was approved on October 4th, 2022. At that time, the applicant had requested a variance to exceed the maximum height of 24 feet to go to 25 feet, a maximum height of 25 feet. Now the applicant, since that time, the City Commission has authorized the board to approve a waiver to allow for a height up to 28 feet. So they're simply here to apply for an extra, I believe it's a foot, 1 foot 8 inches. So nothing else in the design changes. They're just here to apply for extra height for their understory level. They feel that their understory level would be significantly enhanced if they had that extra head space, and it would be much more usable for the resident. So nothing else in the design changes. Everything else stays the same. I believe they've already started construction, foundation work, so they wanted to get this approved before proceeding.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for your time. My name is...
I apologize. Were you sworn in?
In the morning?
No.
Okay, yeah, let me just do it real quickly. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, so I'm Denise Preschel. I'm the architect of this project, and as explained by Rogelio, we had it reviewed and approved by the DRB in October 2022. At that time, the code in effect allowed for a maximum 24 feet high, and we were granted an additional 1 foot because this project is a 2-story home with an understory, so we were dealing with being able to fit everything correctly. The project has already started foundation, construction, and the client, here in this slide, you can see exactly what we are requesting. The client is a little bit concerned with the amount of space that we have in order to fit everything on the understory level and the ceiling height that we are going to get as previously approved. So basically it's a small modification. You can see on the left side the section showing how it was previously approved with a building height from freeboard to the top of slab of 25 feet. And on the new proposal on the right side, you will see that everything above the first floor would remain the same. The only thing we're proposing is to raise the first habitable floor to 16.41 versus 14.76, which was previously approved. That's about 20 inches, and that would give us a little bit more space for the ceiling height and correctly placing all the systems within the plenum space between the first floor and the understory. The new building height would be 26 feet 8 inches, and as you know, we could potentially go up to 31. So we're basically only addressing that concern. The rest of the presentation shows just what was previously approved, some comments we received from staff, and in the site plan and the understory, you will see that the only change, it's clouded in red, we added 3 steps to the original staircase that leads from the understory to the first floor in order to achieve that height. Since we're under construction, we are eager to see these favorably reviewed by your end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? No one online?
We have 2 hands raised online. The first person is Dax Secre. Dax Secre.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Dax. I need to swear you in before you speak, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the owner of 1025 Stillwater Drive, the property that's the neighboring property to the project, to the the west. And I'm not certain if the way that this variation or is being described correctly. It seems that all of the floors are going to be affected, not just the ground floor. And the project is already ongoing such that the tie beams have already been formed for this ground floor. So I'm presuming that those tie beams are at the height that they're requesting the variance for and not the previous height that they were approved for. My concern is that the terrace that's adjacent to my property, which seems to be being built not as per plans. This lot is, it's not a rectangle. It has it's more narrow on the bay side than it is on the street side. And so if you look at the plans, the building is supposed to be built, those walls running parallel to the lot lines. And so it looks like they also have an area on the terrace, which is going to be the second floor or first floor from the ground floor. That's going to be at 11 feet elevation. And it has sort of a wraparound balcony aspect to it, which is less than, I think, 5 feet from the property line. So essentially, I'm going to have a big balcony that's going to have people who are going to be overlooking basically my pool area, making my property feel like if I'm in a zoo, you know, being looked upon by the ongoers. And of course, this isn't, you know, a property that's being built for the resident who's going to reside there. This is a spec home that's being developed by the developer to go ahead and flip. And so I'm a contractor myself. My experience with construction workers left to their devices, they're going to build you straight lines, rectangles, squares, 90-degree right angles, which is what is normally built. And I had sent, you know, some photographs taken from my property to show the point that I'm making, that it appears that this building is not being built, you know, as it is planned here, but rather is sort of rotated on its axis towards the northeast, which makes, you know, these balconies that the neighboring property has even more harmful to, I guess, my privacy. And so I would request that the board, you know, not approve any further height variances that to this project. In addition to the terrace that's of concern, you know, the roof also is going to be what, 30 feet up in the air. That's going to have a roof terrace, and the setbacks to the side of the property are not being respected, and from my vantage point. And I imagine they have a special inspector who's going ahead and, you know, doing the inspection for the construction, who's not going to care like I do or like a city inspector would with regards to the respecting of the setbacks and how the walls of the building are supposed to sort of parallel the diagonal nature of the side property lines, which it doesn't appear that they're being built that way. And my concern is that once they pour the concrete, you know, this is not something that's going to be easily changed. As it is, the seawall was also not shown on these plans, but it protrudes past the property line 4 feet into the water, which I can see from my kitchen window. So, you know, once that concrete's poured, you know, I'm sure that the building department is not going to be, you know, asking them to tear it down, but this is the stage in which these things can be checked.
Thank you for your call, Dax. Let me ask you a question, Dax. What, you're to the west of this property or to the east? Your home. Can you allow Dax to speak? Yeah. Can you repeat again that your home is to the west of this property, or is it to the east of the property?
I'm to the west of the property. I think Paul is here. He's to the east of the property.
Okay. Thank you. Stay on the line. We'll bring this up.
The next person is Matt Voigt. Matt, I see you've unmuted yourself. I think you can speak. We can't hear you.
How about now?
Now we can.
Hi,
Well-
Max. I need
Oh,
to
I'm sorry.
I need to swear you in before you continue, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may
Yes, I
proceed.
do.
And you have 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, my name is Matt, Paul Voigt. Dax referred to me as Paul. I go by my middle name, Paul. I live on the other side of the subject property at 1005 Stillwater. Next door, I'm telling you, the east side. I think there was a little confusion. I think Dax had said that he thought that he was saying that the house, his proposed house may be rotated towards the northeast. I think, Dax, I think you meant towards the northwest, towards your property. Anyway, I live next door to the east. Dax and Mr. Sikray and I, of course, stand at the most to lose the most by being affected by this property. And I'm bringing up a different point. This is a 50-foot wide property with setbacks of, I believe, 8 or 10 feet. So it's very close. And so every foot of increase in height is an incremental loss for us as neighbors of sky views, of sunset views, of an increase in the canyon-like effect, the claustrophobic effect of having higher walls next door. And they really, you know, when this house was first planned, or when the plant was going through planning, I believe in 2022, that the height allowed in this neighborhood was 24 feet because of the small width of the lots. And so now, from what I'm hearing today, the height has been increased to an allowable 28 feet. And he's asking for an increase from 25 feet to 26.8 inches, I believe. I had to sign off on the previous waiver when he was asking for the additional 1 foot. Now, the plans have been approved for that additional 1 foot. But to go another almost 2 feet, 1 foot 8 inches, you know, it's just an incremental loss. And this, as Mr. Sikray said, this is a spec house. You know, when I signed off, I thought I was signing off for the neighbors and for this neighbor intent, but it's a spec house, and the developer is trying to maximize the area, the volume of the house, and in order for personal gain, whereas we will lose, you know, just do the additional sight lines, like I said before. So I stand opposed to this proposed modification. I allowed the first one, and I just wonder why I wasn't asked to consent to the second one. And I have other points, but it sounds like I'm running out of time. But anyway, please put me on record, me and my family, as being opposed to this additional increase in height variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your call. Again, we will address your concerns. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
No other hands are raised.
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Dax's claim that the building is not being built according to the approved plans is a pretty strong claim. How do you address these things, or what can we send somebody out there to?
Can I make a comment to that? I mean, in the building process, at each stage, you have incremental surveys. So when the foundation, they have to lay it all out before it's poured, or before they get the permit approval. You know, each step during the building, there's a review process. And so then when it's laid out, they get approval, then it's poured. And then the next one is probably when they set the tie beams, but they have to get surveys incrementally through. Now, I mean, the neighbors comment about, is the city going to make it change? But I would say yes, because otherwise everybody is going to make, you know, oops, I put it in the wrong line. To the terrace, now I wasn't here when we approved this, but it does look like the lots have a 7-foot 7-inch side setback that is supposed to be parallel to the pie shape, but the terrace was approved to intrude on that setback. It doesn't dimension, the plans don't dimension how much it's intruding, but it looks like, oh yeah, they do, 1 foot 8 inches. Yeah. So that was approved in the original design. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off also, but what we could ask for is, and maybe you as the architect, you should be able to tell us, you know, the contractor is the one that gets those incremental reviews, you know, where are you in the as-built survey process?
Yeah. Okay, so well, first of all, as we said, it's being built. What we did is, as a preliminary review with a structural engineer, we consulted this increasing height if it's going to have an impact in the beams and in the loads that are gonna fall in the foundation. He gave us his preliminary calculations and how that would affect the piles and the foundations, and the client decided to, even if it's a little bit, I would say, over-dimensioning the structure, and it's gonna be more costly, he decided to accommodate those larger piles subterraneously, because we wanted to have that in place if this were to be approved. I know that was what was sent to the GC, and it was also discussed with the inspector, and it's like an oversizing in the foundation that it's underground. That's what was discussed. I know that they have been progressing on the job site, but the idea was that they were not gonna obviously proceed until we had this hearing and until we had a resolution.
Sorry, is the terrace and that sort of
No,
first
this is,
floor
I'm just
built?
addressing like underground, referring to what's being built now, okay? Now, for the terrace, we do have.
But hold on one second, can you make a clarification? Where, do you have an image of like the site today and how it's coming out of the ground and how it has progressed? Because I think the neighbor, the first one, Dax, suggested that that first floor is already framed.
Yeah, no, I don't have, I have the presentation of the plans. I don't have that, but we could request that from the general contractor and have it sent over for your review as well. But I know the like what I'm explaining is the conversation of the underground foundation happened, and we had to understand what would be the implications of this additional height in that foundation. That's to address that. And then I see the projection on the west side. If you see it on our presentation, it has a revision cloud. That was one of the comments we received from staff. It is proposed at 1.8 feet, and that's at 25% of the site setback, which is as allowed by code, because it's just an eave, or I would say like an overhang, a concrete overhang. I can show you, let me see some visuals. 1 second. Okay, so if you see, that's the rear view. So towards the right side, you have the concrete, well, to both sides, you have a concrete overhangs, and the idea is to make it feel like a lighter structure. We also incorporated the openness in the side elevations per code. So we are really not requesting any variations from the current code on the projections or on the side elevations.
If I can ask or to comment on the inspections done during construction. My understanding is that during the structural pours and beams, the structural engineer of the project comes out and signs the required forms, and sometimes it is accepted by the building department, and they in turn do not physically come out on site. When they do come out on site, what they're looking at is the structural integrity of what's being done, not necessarily if they are staying within the required site setbacks, boundaries, shifting of the property. That is more, Rogelio, you correct me if I'm wrong or right. They don't really look at the boundary survey to see if it is being built according to the plans. That is something that's done by planning. Unfortunately, planning does not get to the job sites until the very end, when the permits are closed. That was my understanding from Tom Mooney some time ago on a different project. So that being the case, what I would recommend is that we have the planning department go out and check to see if in fact the rotation of the building, be it to the northeast or to the northwest, is actually happening, 2, if the side setbacks are being adhered to. 3, if the balcony is being adhered to as to how it is being constructed. And as to the request for the additional height to 26.8, 26.8 inches, 26 feet 8 inches, they currently are at 24, Rogelio?
They are at 25. They received a
25.
variance.
For
The height limit
25.
used to be 24. They received a variance to go to 25 back in
25.
2022.
And they now want to go to 26.8.
26.8,
And
yes.
what is my understanding is the code allows 31?
The code allows 31.
feet.
This is in the RS4 district, so it is in progress to likely be changing back to 28 in the RS4 district. So 28 is what we're not recommending that anything go above 28 at this point.
Okay, and they're requesting to go at 26.8.
Yep.
So as one board member, I would recommend that we go ahead and approve this at 26 feet 8 inches. But with the caveat that the planning department, together with building, if necessary, I don't know that building needs to go out, I leave that up to the city, but that the planning department go out to assure that things are being constructed as to the plans and the boundary survey that was turned in at the time of permitting.
Can I make a comment to that? So the tools that the planning department would use would be those incremental surveys done. Like planning department can't just go out there and they're not going to be able to measure things. So I would say that if we amend the language for the planning to specifically review or request an as-built survey at the current stage of the project.
My understanding is that there's a boundary survey, elevation and boundary survey turned in at time of permitting. And then it is also turned in and only turned in at the end of the project. I don't believe that there's surveys being done throughout the life of the project.
Well,
At least-
every other municipality has it. I guess I can't speak specifically to Miami Beach, but
Yeah.
there's always the incremental surveys done.
Yeah.
I guess maybe, Rogelio, what did you suggest? Is that how we should
I'm
advise them?
not an expert in the building permit process and how often they're turning in the surveys. I can't say that I'm super familiar with that. What I can say is I'll reach out to the building department right after the meeting and figure out what we can do to make sure that they're complying with their setbacks that are approved.
In my conversations with building as well as planning, unfortunately, we don't have those incremental surveys unless it's changed in the last few months. We do have one at the beginning, one at the end turned in with the as-built. Unfortunately, planning doesn't go out throughout the life of the project. It goes out because of lack of manpower or what have you, goes out at the beginning and at the end to do their inspection. And I even discussed, well, that creates a problem because after the building is built, let's say there is an encroachment into the side setbacks. Let's say there is a shifting of the building to the northeast, northwest. After it's built, it's built. And that unfortunately has happened in a few homes, without saying their locations, but it has happened. And I don't know that our
So can we ask for just
inspection.
a survey right now then in the process? Because I mean, that's what planning, like, if we want planning to go out there, fine, but they would need to take the survey with them.
I think it's planning that has to go out there, maybe with building, but I think the survey, the stakes are on site as to where the boundaries are. And they can, I believe, if they need another survey, so be it, they can request another
So
survey.
they'll need to get a revision to their building permit if this is approved, and we
Right.
can put a condition that as part of that application, they have to submit an as-built survey done within the last couple weeks, and so that's
Okay.
before we can approve the building permit to ensure that they're complying with the required setbacks.
But that's specifically planning and building,
Mm-hmm.
take a look at this to address the concerns brought up by these two neighbors. I know the first neighbor, Mr. Sack, expressed that they were going up to, that you were currently at a higher elevation than is being presented. So there may be also some misunderstandings as to what actually is happening. I'm not sure. But obviously, he believes that the property is being built higher than approved.
I will also say too, in the information that we got, they said a variance to exceed by 1 foot, but now it seems like it's almost 2 feet that they're asking for, not 1 foot. I'm very inclined to be concerned by the comments made by the neighbors. You know, these are narrow properties. The homes are very close, and I completely agree that 1.5 more feet will have an effect, because the properties are so close to each other, have an effect on the residences that are existing now. I'm also going to point out too that, you know, we hear these projects all day long and people don't necessarily call in. I just want to make sure that, you know, these two neighbors took the time to call in and express their deep concerns. And I personally, you know, that's something that I take very seriously, that I don't think that this project was already approved with an existing height. I don't see a particular reason for them to increase it, like that they have, aside from, you know, that they want it. It doesn't seem to have public good. They already got a variance to go higher, and just because it took them a long time to build this, I don't see a particular reason, because there is neighbor concern, to grant the additional height.
However, I just want to make sure that they were given a variance for an additional foot to go from 24 to 25. But they're proposing now to go to 26.8, and they are allowed in that area, in that zoning area, to go to 28. So they're still below what is allowed. Okay.
Correct, yeah, the maximum
So they're
height
taking
limit
advantage.
changed within that
Yeah.
intervening
They're
period.
taking advantage of the change in the code.
Which I will also say too, you know, the code is everywhere throughout the city. When you look at this specific context of this neighborhood, we're actually seeing another property on this street, and that also they wanted more height. And the staff comment was that that the homes in this strip are all very low and recommended against it. And here we are raising the height of a building. So I think that, you know, we are allowed, the DRB is allowed discretion for these types of situations, and that context is so important.
I'm in favor of the height variance. I think the one that we previously approved, you know, I do understand the neighbors calling, but I feel like I would only be in favor of it if we had an as-built survey done and made sure that it was being built as per approved plans. And if they've already built the first floor, you know, tie beams at the higher height, then I would be inclined to not approve the height request, you know, because that means they sort of have a disregard for the process.
So I'm wondering if we just need to continue after these things are reviewed.
Well,
because I mean,
we
Shauna,
we can, you know, based on what
I think that also gives the applicant an incentive to adhere to these concerns, and I think it sets it up to your point that there have been things that have been built that aren't according to plan. This creates a little bit of a safeguard to the process.
What we can do to not have to bring this project back is say we approve the additional height of 26 feet 8 inches. However, there first has to be a site plan done or provided to the city that shows that that the construction that is occurring at this time is in accordance with plans, and that must be reviewed first by building and planning in order for them to proceed with the approval of this board's height increase. That way, if it isn't, if they're not building according to plans, that has to stop right away anyways. It's not something that we have, and that would also then reverse our approval for additional height.
Rogelio, what do you think would be the best way to safeguard that things are built as they should be?
I think we're comfortable either way. If it gives you a little bit more comfort to review the survey beforehand, then feel free to continue the item. Otherwise, I think staff is comfortable reviewing a survey in advance of approving a building permit.
I mean, this house has been in construction for years. I don't think an additional month is really going to make a difference. And it will safeguard, you know, there has been deep neighbor concern, and if they are not building it appropriately, you know, this gives people an additional motivation. As to your point, it's harder to go change things once they're
When
built.
done,
I
yeah.
think that we're catching it at an ideal time, and I appreciate the neighbors calling in.
And
So,
I'm okay with staff reviewing, if it's Rogelio, in conjunction with planning and zoning, but if they're gonna provide the as-built survey, it's gonna be very easy to see
Yeah.
if the dimensions match.
I don't
so.
think it's gonna add that much time.
Right, and I think I would request that photos be submitted of the current stage of the process.
Okay, so does anybody want to make a motion?
I can try to repeat the motion. So, I motion that
Excuse me,
we.
let me just add one thing. I think that what you're all saying is fine, but it will stop construction at this point. There's no
Well,
question
they shouldn't have
about
made
it.
the mistake
But-
of possibly not building to what they told us they were going to build
That's
to.
an
It's not our
allegation.
fault.
That's an allegation, and it may be a true allegation, and it may not be. But what I'm saying is, we can approve the height increase, but there has to be the first review by the city, building and planning, to assure with the proper necessary documentation that they require to assure that none of these items brought by the neighbors are accurate. If they are, they're in violation, and the project will be stopped immediately. It will be red tagged. It will be stopped.
I don't understand what we're saying that's different than what you're saying.
She's saying let it
will
go
stop.
based on hopefully they'll do it.
No,
versus
no,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying
not at all.
is
Not
we can
at-
have an
that's-
additional layer of,
No.
again, like an opportunity for the neighbors to come in, additional layer of checks and balances, an additional assurance that this is going to get done appropriately, and they're motivated to do it quickly because we're holding up
Right,
the rest
so
of the
let
process.
me make
I'm
a
not
motion
saying
and
at
say
all
if
to let
I
it go.
capture it. So I make a motion that we approve the additional height dependent on a reviewed and approved as-built survey as of today and pictures of the existing construction process by staff.
I second.
Okay.
And then my question, if it's not built according to, then what happens?
If it's not built, the building department will red tag the building and it will stop. Because it's at that stage. It will not be allowed, and it should not be allowed to go forward.
Well, I would say in terms of what's being brought to the DRB, if it's not being built per what's previously approved, then we deny the additional height.
Yeah, yes.
But if we don't, the only way we can do that is if we do a continuance. At least that's what I'm getting this on. That's why I want a continuance.
Do we have-
To make sure that it's done before
It's
they
not part of,
approve
it can't be part of the condition. If they don't meet it, then it's denied, or you
If
can't,
they
we
don't
can't do
meet it,
that.
they would have to make whatever changes necessary to meet it,
Oh,
but
but I
it
don't
wouldn't
think we-
necessarily come back to the board.
Oh, okay, yeah, I would like there to be a penalty if they've done
Right,
wrong,
that's
yeah.
what I'm saying. If you structure it that way, there's, yeah. Okay, so then what was your motion? Did you want to continue or approve?
I don't know how everybody else is feeling, but I guess let's continue. Do they bring it, submit to staff the current as-built and the current pictures of construction? If everything complies, they come back to us and we approve the height increase.
Is there a second? Anyone?
I'm sorry.
Can I second it?
I think the chair can second that
Okay,
motion.
I second.
I don't think it should come back if they are in agreement with their plans. If they are in agreement with their plans, then they can proceed to go forward if you all, as a board, agree to the additional height. Otherwise, in order to come back to this board, what is the lead time now going to be? 3-4 months?
If they need to do another application, it would be
Yeah.
3 or 4 months to bring it
Okay,
back. Yeah.
so that would halt construction. I'm saying there may be a problem here and there may not be a problem. If there is a problem, it's going to stop regardless of us as a board. If there isn't a problem and we approve the additional height, then they can go forward. They don't have to come back to us.
I think a motion has been made and it's been seconded, and
So that would be continue to the December 10th meeting with direction to the applicant to provide an as-built survey done today or subsequent to today to ensure compliance with approved setbacks and plans prior to the, and as well as pictures of the ongoing construction.
Can I ask a question because?
oh wait, we still have to, you have to
Yeah,
vote on it.
okay.
Yeah, we have a motion by Ms. Meyer, and we have a second by Chair Nelson. So if we're ready to vote, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I oppose.
So 5-1, the motion passes.
So this means that we're gonna have to apply again for the DRB and.
No.
Okay,
Continue.
so,
But you're on the December 10th agenda. Typically, 2 weeks prior to that meeting, I will need to be able to get it to the board members and to be able to look at it and analyze it before it goes to the board. So that would be by November 28th. I would need a survey and an as-built survey showing that you're in compliance with the setbacks and the plans, as well as photos of the ongoing construction.
okay, and the concern is with the setbacks encroachments on the site. That's a concern, and that's why we need to show in the survey, right?
Correct.
Well,
Okay.
and also the rotation is the other concern that Zach, the neighbor, expressed, the rotation, both of them actually, Zach and Matt, the rotation as to the northeast or the northwest, and also the encroachment of the balcony.
I think the concern is we want an as-built survey of what's built on the site right now.
Okay.
And that it complies with the approved plans, permitted plans.
Okay, and sorry, just to clarify. So if we have that and it shows that it's according to plans, then the additional height would be granted. That's what you're saying?
Well, no, it's going to be continued, and we'll decide that
Okay.
at the next.
No, because so once we get an approval, we have to get all the construction documents, the engineering plans, everything done to then be submitted for permit. So this is gonna add a lot of time and cost for construction. And again, this comes.
Well, again, you're the one that's changing the design. You know, that's what's going to add time and cost is you're changing the
Right,
design.
yeah.
We're just saying that you can or cannot do it. So what's really holding up the process is double checking to make sure that everything is being built as approved. And it seems like it's just going to be a few weeks delay. I might make a recommendation, I don't know if this is appropriate, that the neighbors that called in to maybe email you their concerns so you have it exactly and can, discuss it appropriately.
Sure.
So, because Dax and Matt, you didn't have a lot of time, so that might be a good way to convey their concerns via email.
Yeah, we would be happy to receive that, and also we can get the general contractor on board, because I didn't know that was gonna be part of the whole conversation, so, they have more knowledge of what's happening and how it's being built. Okay,
Thank you very much. I'm sure that we can find a way forward together.
thank you, appreciate it.
Are the Dunboro?
Yes,
Okay,
they're here.
nice. So we're gonna go back, now that an applicant has arrived, we're gonna go back to, here, DRB 230960, 704 84th Street.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for a new 4-story multifamily building with one or more waivers to replace an existing residence on the site.
Okay, so the month prior in September 3rd, the DRB reviewed this application and continued the item. The DRB had several concerns with the design of the project, so the applicant has revised the design of the facade in order to meet the DRB's direction. So these changes include lighter exterior colors, which are more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The height of the screening panel that surrounded the front staircase has been reduced. Decorative exterior screening now terminates at the top of the canopy structure instead of continuing all the way to the ground. And then an expanded aluminum screening was replaced with a perforated wood finish metal panel for the ground floor screening. So staff believes that these modifications are consistent with the direction of the board. It creates a design that's much more compatible with the surrounding area, and staff recommends that the proposal be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Hi, how are you? Janina here from Red Octopus and Juliana. We're part of the design team. Well, like Rogelio mentioned, we addressed the changes on the design, like the layout, it's all the same. As was reviewed before, well, the idea is to change the heavy and dark colors that we had before for more light, like sand idea color. We have some sand color bricks in the front wall, and the idea is to use this material, that it's like an aluminum, like for the mesh that you see there. It will be made of aluminum but covered with a wood finish.
As the frame around the screen, or where does that go?
And there is a frame around the screen making like a neat finish for that shape for that rectangle.
Do you want to bring up the presentation?
Oh, I think it was there. Right there.
So it's that,
That's the main
the
facade.
grill.
Mm-hmm. The idea of the frame is to highlight the entrance and to continue with the roof in the entrance. And in the walls of the balconies, you can see the light color bricks, like a sand color beige. So the darkest color is just a brown. It's not black anymore, and it's only for details like framing and the columns in the ground floor. The rest, the square will be like a white stucco. Yeah, well, just to reminder, like the mesh, the rectangle of the mesh is to cover the stairs that needs to be toward the front of the property for the users to have the stairs as soon as they enter the building. That's part of the requirement. And we filtered that stairs with that mesh, not being such a heavy element.
What material is the mesh?
It will be like this. It's like an aluminum mesh, but covered like in a light wood finish.
Oh, okay.
So
They
it would look like that.
Yes.
Who's the manufacturer of that? Do you know?
Who's the manufacturer? I don't remember right now.
Yeah, we are working with
And just a question, do you know if that is painted or printed on there?
It is printed on.
Printed.
Yeah.
It's made for exterior.
Yeah, actually, sorry, we are working with a school firm that is, a really major company for finishes for this kind of project. So we are working together to find, the best solution for the project, to get at the end of the project this view.
While you're talking about the material, sorry that we're interrupting you, but you're referencing sort of the screen as a mesh, where your renderings, I actually thought it was like a masonry block screen, but can you talk about the type of material that is, the mesh you're proposing?
Sorry, I
The mesh.
didn't follow. The mesh is the one.
No,
Isn't
that's
that-
what I thought.
Oh, you mean you're making a grid
It's like a grid made
out
of
of
the
that
aluminum.
material?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perforated aluminum.
How is it joined?
It's one.
It's
in the
layered,
front and
one
the
is in
other,
front
one
of the
in
other?
back, yes.
Okay.
The idea of having, this mesh on the front of the building is to cover the stairs.
Yeah, no, I
to
love
have
the
this-
idea of the mesh.
it's-
I thought that it
it's
was
gonna
a
allow-
masonry material.
And
but
it's
I
going
didn't
to
understand.
allow, the wave just to go in, the wing, and to have the open space, the shade that is going to have at the effect of the sun, to have, something different. It's going to cover the stairs, but it's going to be part of the facade, and that is going to be, we think that it's going to add some value to the neighbor, and it's going to, cover that functional stair that we have in the front.
Are the dark trim elements the same as that, just a darker finish?
Yeah, it's a darker finish.
Okay.
Yeah, still aluminum.
Is there more to your presentation, or do you want us to start asking
Yeah,
questions?
we have,
Well, we have a few more views if you wanna show the screen. Well, basically, like to not make it like a heavy volume again, it is separated, creating continuity in the staircase, but at the same time trying to make it lighter. So that's why you see there in the isometric that it's not covering the entire stairs.
And the inside of the balcony walls, the inside balcony walls are beige
little bit
color?
beige,
Okay.
yes.
The same thing with the wall that I see on the right-hand side of the
Yes.
building?
Mm-hmm.
That's just paint, different color of paint, or is
So
that a
like
different texture?
the white frame of the balcony is white outside and a light beige inside.
Right, and on the
And
side?
then the wall of the apartment, the apartment will be like in a beige brick. And then on the side, we are doing like the same beige color.
Which is a paint, it's not any
The
kind of
stucco,
texture or
mhm.
material? All the way on the right-hand side of the building, all the
In
way
the
towards
side
the back?
In the side facade. Mhm.
Uh-huh.
And in the back, that is the small image there, we are proposing the same, is the white frame with the beige color in the inner sides of the square, and like the walls for the apartments with the bricks. So only on the sides, like the side facades, will be the beige stucco. Like matching the one inside the frame.
Balcony.
Mhm.
Can you show the side, what you're referring to?
Well, there's the colors, but I don't know if I have actually.
That's the only one that we have.
Yeah, the isometric will be the one showing more of the side.
Yeah, the original one.
So the idea is to have the box is gonna be white with this interior color that is gonna pump the elevation, and then the other part of the building is gonna be in this brick stucco base that is gonna add some texture to the building, and then in the back we're gonna have the same condition that we had in the front, that is the box in white stucco.
So that brick that you're referring to was in a previous picture. Where is that placed? Is that on
Like in the front and in the back.
The side of the building.
the side of the building? Okay.
In the front
So
of
that
the
wasn't
building,
paint,
when we have the railing, that wall is gonna be with that texture.
Can I ask a question? I know that we're talking about 60 now, but 61 is sort of part of it, and I know we've talked about the two projects before. And I'm wondering if it's your architectural intent to have a shared design language between them or not, or you
No,
prefer not to?
No, actually, the other one is completely different.
Yeah, I know, but I was gonna make a comment based on your
And
response.
it was more similar maybe at the beginning, but with the neighbors' feedback on the first presentation, we changed it for more, like they were asking for Miami colors, and trying to do a modernized version of what they have around. That's why it changed that drastically.
Well, I'll just say that I appreciate,
Wait a minute, let me see. So is that the end of your presentation? Thank you very much. No. Are there any other public comments?
Anybody online? Hands, please raise your hand. No.
Okay, great. I'm closing the public portion. Sorry, Shauna.
Sorry, I was jumping ahead. I just want to say that I appreciate your guys' continued effort to respond to Miami context, neighborhood context, and still try to bring some, originality to the building's design. I'm surprised by the proposed material for the screen, but in terms of an architectural design, I'm all support what we're seeing here, and I hope that you guys, I wish you luck in detailing the screen. So I don't know. I support this. I really appreciate the way that you sort of make the building porous along the east side and articulate it. I do wish the west side was articulated a little bit more, but I understand, with the plans and trying to fit, units in here that we can't get everything that we want.
Thank you. I was going to say too, I think this is the most dramatically different project that we've ever seen. And Good job.
Thank you.
So thank you for that, and also, of course, for the other one. It's funny, I think we all had a different response or interpretation of what this screening is. Again, I think it's a beautiful idea. I initially read it as like gold aluminum, actually as circles that was punched out, which really would give the building a very sort of MIMO flavor. And I think it reads in these materials almost like a caning effect. I almost like the idea of it being more, bronze or gold, more in terms of a tone as opposed to a wood tone, and I just think it would provide a really interesting contrast to have that a little bit of, metallic, shiny feel. If you can choose whatever finish is possible, which it seems like it is, I don't know how anybody else thinks, but I thought that's initially what I read it as.
Not from that manufacturer, but we can check. The only concern that I have with the metallic is what happens with the rain. If it end up with the drop stains and that's what I don't know how.
No, I mean like a bronze, not a bronze, like an aluminum, like a brass, an aluminum brass.
Oh, okay.
That would be, but I also thought that the holes were sort of punched out as opposed to this grid that you're
Like
proposing.
a laser cut.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I am a little bit, I don't really know how I feel though about this brick texture effect. What I don't want it to appear as is more like concrete block, so it has this institutional feel. I don't know if, I really like I think it's necessary, and I think it's a really good idea to have a texture, especially there's so much of it. I don't know if the brick pattern
Would be the residential brick, not the CMU brick. It would be like,
I don't know, I'm looking at on the materials board where it says beige stucco brick texture. I'm assuming it's beige stucco and then you just sort of imprint the pattern.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, I don't know if that's the texture. Or again, I don't want it to feel more institutional.
That was also my one concern with it as well. I mean, thank you for listening. I think that this is very refreshing and great overall design. That was just the one confusing piece to me, was the stucco with brick texture. It just didn't seem to go with the rest of the design, which is very sophisticated. I don't know.
One second. Okay, no, it's not going to be the stucco texture. It's going to be like the finished bricks.
You know what, can you bring up the picture? It's page 9 of the presentation. That's the materials board.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
think
the
that
texture.
the legend is wrong. It's not the stucco. It's like the finish you're going to see, the regular old bricks, the small ones, that
It's a thin
like a
brick, like a
veneer.
tile application.
Yes,
over
it's like a
those.
tile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'll be actual
Yes.
tile.
Okay. Thin brick, a brick veneer, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not going to be the stucco pressed in.
No.
And is that like a natural stone or like what
That's
is
why
that?
we are like applying it, especially in the front and in the back, because it is obviously expensive for all the side setbacks.
So can you show where that's going to be versus just painted?
So in between the windows in the front and in the rear facade, like you have all the.
Can you go to page 7? It has, I think, better renderings that you can,
Okay.
yeah.
So basically, all these walls in the front are gonna have that brick. Like, in what is like reminding after like the windows, right, or the sliding doors, and in the back will be the same. It will be here. So basically, we have like a smooth beige in the interior of this large frame here. That will be like a light beige color. And then we're going to have the texture with this similar color for the bricks here, the bricks veneer.
And on the side?
And on the sides, we don't have like very much detail on those.
No, on the side of the building.
Yeah.
You had a
I don't
picture
have
of it
like the
before.
renders there. Let me see if I have elevations here.
There's a drawing.
You were on it before that.
Go to page 7.
There.
So, Este es stucco. Claro, yeah. So like in the sides, it's gonna be stucco. You're not gonna see the bricks,
But painted beige.
but painted beige.
Okay.
To
That's
keep
same.
it with the same language, but you know, like that finish for like the entire side of the building, it's like a lot of money. Basically.
Maybe also, I guess, in the sample that you gave with the brick, I guess because there was the seams, I don't know, it just,
You want me to go to the materials?
yeah. It's just sort of review, you know, we had the same concern, so just want to make sure that it's not.
No,
what we're
it's gonna be
concerned
the veneer. It's not gonna be the stucco printed with the texture. It's gonna be the real one.
And what is the veneer? Is that like a natural stone or is that
I don't know what they made of.
bricks? Oh, okay, and it's in the color tone of, okay.
I have a question for you. The proposed height of the four-story is 40 feet, and the maximum allowed is 50, but your highest projection is 55. Is that up on the roof where the equipment is?
Yes.
Can you show that? So that's that white,
The building height, it's measured to the slab. So like, it will be this line here.
Mhm.
What is above that is the machinery of the
machinery,
elevator.
okay, an elevator
Yes. Mhm.
shaft, okay. And then you have 7 units, but 5 parking spaces are being provided. There was no room to accommodate a parking space for every unit?
It was reviewed by traffic, and it's impossible.
Okay.
I also had a question too. Also listed in the materials board is a white vinyl fence. Where is
Well, it
that?
will be the vinyl fence. I'm not sure if it's gonna be white.
Where is that along?
Okay, well, we propose the white, but it can be changed. It's like, the idea is to have the vinyl.
That's the border
Yes.
around it.
Yes. But if you want another color, we're open.
No, it was more the material, you know,
yeah.
vinyl's a little cheap.
Yeah, because
So-
we think the options are black or white. So because this project is more like a brown, you know, like they have this different tone, we just want to have these symbols. And we think with the landscape, it's gonna match
Yeah.
better than the other.
So do you rather have an aluminum one? The idea is to cover completely, like have 100% coverage for the neighbors.
Sure, I mean.
Is it gonna be covered by landscaping ultimately?
it also
Yeah,
has
so
the
it doesn't.
hedge.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be higher though. It's how tall is the fence?
I think, yeah, 6 feet is the maximum allowed. Yeah, we are in compliance. What the code is asking depends on the location of the fence.
Right.
And we have the landscape design also in the side of the setback, so that's what I remember.
What is the height of the landscaping on the setback where that fence is?
They have
Eventually,
like
what
a-
is
I
it
believe they're
proposed to
2
grow
feet.
But
to?
it's not gonna be that high, sorry. It's not gonna be that high.
Always lower than the fence?
Yeah, for sure. What I mean is the colors, when you are seeing the total picture, you're gonna have the green and the white, that is gonna be the fence, and then you're gonna have the building. So we just want, the intent is to have a language between all the elements.
So the current proposed material for the fence is
It's white vinyl, vinyl.
vinyl, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I have one more question. Just back to Shauna's point about consistency, and I realize that they're far apart geographically, so I understand why you're not doing that. But just one thing, I noticed that there's signage that says Dimbora 3 on the subsequent project that we're gonna see, but there's no signage at all on this kind of identifying that. Was that just a choice by the developer, or?
No, we didn't address the signage, actually. It wasn't
Within
something.
within the voluntary that we add the signage on the top of the awning. And for this one, because we have the mesh, this perforated, we don't want to add more elements. We just want to keep it clean for this project.
Okay, thank you.
Someone any other comments? Someone wanna make a motion?
I motion to approve.
I second.
Oh, there was a lot of discussion though about the color of the mesh or the material. Should we make a friendly amendment that the material is as presented, or what is going to be used, or explore the palette?
Right, I can make a friendly amendment that the brick be, you know, the brick veneer, brick material, not a stamped stucco, that the fence be explored. And then I think the screen, we said, you know, that the screening element as the prime feature on the front facade, you should explore the finish for that.
And the screening too, it goes in all, not just the front facade.
Right, sorry, I mean, but those big
the
architectural
same element in
elements.
everywhere
Yeah,
like it
it
is.
should be consistent, but maybe it has a different finish and exploring sort of the actual articulation of the physical screen.
Do we need to make a point about the brick texture on the front, since that's inconsistent with what is in the presentation? Or, because it says stucco right now?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I said
yes.
that it should be,
Yes.
that
Oh,
it would
sorry.
be brick, not stucco. Do you want me to start over?
Can I just, so that you're talking about the stucco finish on the side elevation?
Well, I guess honestly, there's either inconsistencies in your guys' presentation. I think what we would like to see is no stamped brick on the stucco anywhere. And in your guys' renderings, I don't know if you want to bring it back up, you definitely show more brick, like on the main mass of the building, the second mass.
Oh, okay.
Like, see that middle mass? That's rendered as brick, but you're saying it's not brick.
Like on the side, you said?
Yeah, this is gonna
Yeah,
be
that
the-
whole
the-
mass, yeah, you've shown that as brick. And what is the intent there?
Well, the idea is not making it so expensive, like that veneer is expensive. Maybe we can use.
So I don't know if
like I'm
it's
proposing
color, I
right-
don't know if it's painted the same color as
It
your
is all the
second
same
color
beige.
on the interior of that, but I think we would rather see it just the color, but not I mean, you could explore a textured stucco, but not imitating brick. I don't know.
In the same, I think it's the color.
In the same
that seems to
color,
be where
yeah.
you're trying to get to. Yeah.
So maybe just horizontal score lines, but not the vertical score lines that would make it appear like brick?
I wouldn't want it to be
Yeah.
that limiting. I think they could explore
Well, they
a,
could-
a
yes, but
combed
more or less
texture.
that's kind of-
Yeah, like just a textured pattern, not imitating brick, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, we just want to make it consistent
Mhm.
with what they're saying, what we're seeing, what you guys are reviewing.
Because the presentation just says that it's stucco.
But then on the,
the legend is wrong. That's the confusing.
but then on the front and rear facades, it's a tile or a brick or a non-stucco material. And that to work with staff on the colors and tones of the mesh screening. And I'm sort of envisioning too with this, I wish I could remember what building it is, but oftentimes you'd see in MIMO architecture to have like a brass, an aluminum, but in a brass color screen.
I'm gonna
Something along
search
those
up for
lines.
options.
Yeah.
Either way, just like to mention that in that pattern, it looks really nice.
Yeah.
Especially because you see like a big panel. So at the distance, it creates that kind of like a fabric feeling.
Okay, so did you made the motion?
I think, oh yeah, I make the motion. I think Rogelio's recording the friendly
Amendment.
amendment.
I think I got them. Yep, the explore replacing stucco brick texture finish with other texture finish, subject to the review and approval of staff. Work with staff on revising colors of mesh screening. And I think those are the two big ones, unless I missed anything.
And that, where the brick actual, like where it's shown as brick, it's actual, the brick material, not stucco.
Veneer,
Yeah.
veneer, or
Brick veneer, yeah.
Okay, I guess I'm just not seeing that but they're saying there's an inconsistency, so we'll look for that.
In the legend
Yeah.
I think it was page 7. Legend of materials shows the brick and the legend shows it to be stucco instead of a brick veneer.
But also to be clear that in their renderings, they're showing the same rendering representation, but they're actually proposing two different material applications. So like on the front, in between the windows, that'll actually be a brick veneer product.
Right.
But then on the larger mass, that middle mass where they're showing in a color, that's gonna be a different color stucco with a texture, but it will not have the brick veneer.
The brick veneer.
Yeah.
Where veneer, actual brick. Okay, I think I got it. All right, so I have a motion by Ms. Meyer, second by Ms. Butacavoli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
And now let's hear
For the next one, right?
this next one. DRB 230961, 2125 Bay Drive.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for a new 4-story multifamily building with one or more waivers to replace an existing residence on the site.
Okay, so this is Dembora Bay 3.
Yes.
Again, same, this project was reviewed on September 3rd. Came before the board on September 3rd. The DRB continued the item to October 1st, and now we're here today, for the November 5th meeting, and they've made some changes to address some of the concerns that were raised by the DRB. So specifically, these changes are the use of lighter and brighter colors that are more consistent with the architecture of the city. The wood screening in front of the stairs above the ground level and ground level facade were replaced with two different types of screening. The screening in the front of the stairs above the ground level is proposed to be a yellow stucco with a smooth finish, and then the ground level was replaced with vertical louvers. However, in this case, we'll note that the material is not listed in the materials legend, so we do recommend that they clarify that today. And then a metal canopy structure was added to the ground level.
Yeah.
And then the expanded aluminum screening was replaced with a perforated wood finish metal panel. So staff believes that these modifications are consistent with the direction of the board, as well as previous recommendations from staff, and represents a significant improvement in the design of the building. And staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
So, well, with this one, as I mentioned before, we
I'll do
had
now.
a.
Hi, excuse me, we just realized that we did not swear you in since you came in later, so I'll just do it really quickly. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you gave and you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you, you may proceed.
Well, at the end of the first presentation, we have a conversation with the neighbors. Basically, they requested to respect more like the identity of those blocks surrounding the project. And basically, what we try to address here is, again, with the lighter color, no industrial look at all, and with the addition of some texture and some colors, trying to make it more simple in shapes, but respecting the pastel colors of Miami. And well, with no so many shapes, not so loaded in the facade. That's what we played with. And well, in the ground floor, trying to cover the entrance and the garage, playing with those vertical stripes where the pedestrian entrance is more permeable. And we think it looks pretty.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Well, yes, basically the layout is similar to the other project, and it didn't change from the first presentation. So all we are addressing right here is like the aesthetic of the facade.
Great.
Yeah, so I would like to add, like we were looking just find, to play with the elements, to find a composition that is a balance between the empty and the full, and the solid elements, just to to have some kind of harmony in the facade. So that's the reason why we're playing with the vertical elements, the solid elements, and only on the entrance, just to have like a interesting building on the volumetry.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, general
There
public,
is,
wishing to speak?
like a few additional perspectives, just for your reference. We're continuing with I call it flamingo color. The flamingo color, like on the side of the building too, to give it like some unity to what is going on around. The same with the yellow block that it's helping to cover the stairs. Same situation as before. We have the stairs pretty much in the front facade, so we're trying to dissimulate that they are like the main element in the front. So that's why we play with the volumes. I think that, yeah, well, in the back we have the same color, like it's like a stripe that it's cutting by continuing in the same height and dimensions all around the building. So you can see it better there. And we still have the covering of the corridors with those, it's not a mesh, it's like a wired.
A trellis?
It's not the trellis. Vertically, the two corridors are continuing. We have like a patio in the second floor, and it's giving the idea of continuing with the green, giving this. I don't know if we have like an interior perspective here. No. Okay. Yeah, like a live wall, but permeable, not so dense. It's not like a green wall. It's like the wires letting the vegetation to rise. And it's a beautiful feeling. I don't have in this change, I don't have the interior perspective of the corridor, but you have that shadow of the plants. It's very biophilic, let's say.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay, fantastic. Is there anybody, members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anybody online?
We have Dax Sicre's hands are raised. It may be from the previous application. I'm not sure if you have any comments on this item.
I'm sorry, I was email address so that I can send the photographs that I just took in the video of the condition of that project at 1015.
You know what,
Stillwater.
Dax, we've actually moved on. If you could submit your materials directly to the planning department.
You can email drb@miamibeachfl.gov.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now closing the public portion, opening it up to the board. I will say, I think this is fantastic. And again, massive transformation. I'm so glad that you took the time to chat with the neighbors, and it really, I think, and I hope you will, everybody on your team will agree, resulted in a much better, beautifully building for this Miami Beach location. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the only thing I'll say is, I don't know if these colors look a lot different than what is on the...
Those are like standard colors they have, but they can customize the colors as exactly as they render, because I like those. Like
these
in the
look a little
renders,
cliche to me.
Yeah,
but
that's
the
too
colors,
bright, right?
Yeah, the colors in the presentation are great, so that's really all I
that's the
wanted to
material
clarify.
though.
Okay, material, got it, okay.
But they can customize the exactly color code that we provide.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, because it's a small piece, it took so long to find the right color, so we tried to have several samples, but unfortunately, there was not enough time, but the idea is to use the Alucobond that is going to be a custom color.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the colors in the presentation are gorgeous, so yeah, I agree. Just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I echo what was just said. The colors are very nice. I have one question. You have the sign on this building, the Dembora sign. What material is that?
Well,
what
we didn't
kind of
disclose
finish?
that. Probably it's going to be an aluminum too.
Aluminum color?
I believe so. It's not decided yet, but most likely.
I really appreciate, again, the effort, the care to detail. You know, I think you guys are providing the right amount of design elements, creating a language without it being overly fussy. So I would be excited to get this, see this project built. It feels Miami Beach meets like Palm Spring, and it kind of excites me about sort of the future of a Miami Beach design language. You know, it pulls from the past but looks forward. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that as these new regulations get realized as structures, I think that something like this is, and the other one too, but this one even more so, is going to be looked at by other architects as this is what, because you did take that requirement of that the stairway needs to be in the front, but added, you know, just enough artistic screening to it to have it feel cohesive, a statement, but not an overbearing one. So it's amazing to me what a change of palette and, you know, certain forms can do. I'm a little concerned, and it's just because I've been noticing this in different buildings around town. The I don't know what to call it, the trellis detail with the green. The green streams, just because I was just taking a walk last night, and, you know, walk by a home that was a new home, and they had that, and it wasn't successful. And there's a building on Alton Road that also has it, you know, also not successful, and that it just looked, you know, the vines are
Like
sort
it looks
of dying.
dry, or?
Yeah, the vines are dying. It's sort of filled in, but it just looks like it's struggling. And I don't know how, if there's a process in place or how to ensure that that doesn't happen, because I think if it works, it does look lovely, and I like the idea of it filtering in. But I think if it doesn't work, and are these going to be rentals or condos?
Rental.
You know, I would
There's
think,
going
you
to
know,
be a management.
I would
from
say,
the
like, you know,
building.
maintenance is a concern. So what is the system, you know, what's the irrigation? Is the light correct? You know, what are those? Is it just wire? What does it look like before it gets built?
If the plan, in the meantime, they check which plans go better. I believe like the landscape architect will decide which one is more strong to survive. There's going to be irrigation, and the idea is not to be like an entire green wall all covered. The idea is to make it light, like lighter intensity, and you have those wires already as the mesh, and the rest is like a companion, like growing together, you know. I do believe that there is a lot of vine plants that can survive. I believe that depends on the selection.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on plants, so.
Have you done this previously and seen it succeed?
No, that's the first time I proposed this.
Yeah, I would just request that as you're looking at the design and layout of it, envision it if it doesn't take as planned, you know, to make sure what is that going to look like. Because a screen in and of itself, you know, a mesh itself can be nice as well. I mean, I want it to succeed, but from what I've seen
that's my
around-
idea. That already all those wires to create already like an aesthetic look.
Yeah.
In case that they want just to remove the vine and it still look nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say is I think it's the scale of the installation, you know, like if the wires themselves have a nice filigree and texture, which that's how you've been describing it, then if the vines aren't there, it's still beautiful. And I can't speak to the one that you saw, but I know sort of at the larger commercial scales, often the buildings,
That's the
they're out
previous
of scale.
render before we changed the industrial look.
I was just gonna say that sometimes when this is applied at a larger scale, then like the scale of the architecture is kind of ugly if there's nothing to cover it, but if it's done at the right scale, it can be nice if there's no plans, you know.
Just making sure, because like you said,
I
it could have a good
understand.
effect. Just
Yeah,
to point it out.
and I agree with you. Like I like the project to continue with the purpose from the beginning to the end. It's not like you finish the project and like
Right.
you know?
Yeah, well, and like I said, I just saw this last night and thought, oh, that's on theirs. And it was, it was a multi-million-dollar house. So it's not like they didn't have the budget to maintain it for whatever reason. It wasn't succeeding. And the light, like all the elements were there for it to succeed and it wasn't. So just a
Okay.
cautionary tale.
Perfect.
Anyway, any other comments? Anybody have any other?
I mean, I'll just add that, I mean, there's a building close to where I live that I've seen this successfully done. So if you want to go by it's on West and like 12th or 13th. So maybe consider, it's a bigger scale building, but they successfully were able to do that.
Which street again?
I think it's the Murano, it's right across from the Bikini Hostel, if
Okay.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 1250 West is the address.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah.
There's also the Valet parking garage that's been in existence now since the 1995. And it's all shrubbery on the outside, and it's on Collins Avenue and about 6th or 7th.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Make a motion that we approve the design project design.
Second?
Motion and a second. Motion and a second made. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you next month, December
See you
10th,
in December, yeah.
Thank you.
for another
You're gonna love
project.
that one.
Is the lunch here yet? Or?
Lunch is here, yes.
I wonder if we can take maybe a 15-minute lunch break. I know that we still have a full docket, so I don't want to take too long. Does that seem appropriate? Okay,
Thank you.
so it is 12:05. We'll reconvene at 12:20 to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to the November 5th meeting of the Design Review Board. We are going to continue with our agenda with DRB number 24-1045, 437 West 31st Street.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory, including a variance to reduce the front setback and including one or more waivers located on a vacant lot.
Okay, so this is an application for an understory home. This is on probably the most irregular lot that I've seen in the city. It's an L-shaped lot. And so as a result of the configuration of the lot, they've had some interesting issues that they have to navigate in order to fit the home on the site. So on the L-shaped lot, they have an east-west portion. It's very narrow. There's really not much you can do with that portion of the lot. So they're not proposing to build any structures on that. It would just remain as open space. On the more standard configuration portion of the lot is where the primary home will be located. The home is of a contemporary style. They are requesting a setback variance in order to be able to fit the unit size that they're allowed to build on the lot. And so the variance that they're requesting is to allow them to have a 15-foot setback as opposed to what is typically required, which is a 30-foot setback. Staff is okay with the variance because it is compatible with the setbacks of the homes along West 31st Street. Most of the homes do have a 15-foot setback, so it would follow that line that the existing homes on that frontage follow. And it is a practical difficulty that they wouldn't otherwise be able to fit the unit size that they are allowed to have on the property. One issue that we do have concerns with is they are requesting an overhang that would sort of reduce that setback. So this would be on the top level. That overhang would go out about 9 feet. So essentially that would only be set back 11 feet. Staff is concerned that projection is a little far, and staff recommends that projection not exceed 1 foot from the facade from the primary facade of the building. The applicant is also requesting waivers similar to some of the previous applications. The code requires that for two-story elevations that exceed 60 feet in length that you have the open space requirement. In this case, their elevation exceeds that by 5 feet. And so they are requesting a waiver to not provide that open space. They are providing some design, some recesses in order to break up that facade and meet that intent. However, staff does recommend, on one of the planes, staff does recommend that they explore incorporating additional recesses and wall planes on the east facade. So on the west facade, they have a little more movement. On the east facade, staff is recommending that they explore with us ways that they can incorporate some recesses in order to provide some more movement into that facade. They have another waiver related to the second story setback. So there's a requirement that there be an additional setback of 5 feet for the second floor elevation. And so I apologize. I misspoke on that. That's not a, the third waivers. Yes, okay. No, so the second floor is required to have a setback of 5 feet from the first floor elevation for a minimum of 30% of that facade. And they are requesting a waiver of that requirement. Given the design of the home, it's not really needed. It's a contemporary home. The way it's designed sort of provides that movement, so staff is not opposed to the issuance of that waiver. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order and with the condition staff proposed that the overhang be reduced, and that there be additional, that they work with staff to incorporate additional recesses into the east facade.
Thank you. Feel free to begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the
Oh,
board.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But were you here this morning to be sworn in?
yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mickey Marrero here on behalf of Sue Alparza, the new owner of this property. With me today, Jose Vidal from V3 Architecture and my colleague Ben Sherry. As Rogelio noted, and if we can get our presentation up on the screen, thank you. As we noted, this is a very, very unique lot. Frankly, when we saw this application for the first time, I had to look at title to make sure the lot was legal. It is a legal lot, but it's just very, very bizarre. It's hard to figure out how it got there, but we went back several conveyances, and it's been consistent through decades. So it is a valid lot, just definitely unique. If we can go to the next slide. So you can see you can see that really, when we say L-shaped lot, this is truly an L-shaped lot. And it is between Sheridan Street, Sheridan Avenue, and Royal Palm Avenue on 31st Street. The property is 6,125 square feet, so it's pretty small for that area as it is. And of course, the buildable area that we can work with is more further constricted by the shape. Next slide. Property is zoned RS4, obviously it's single-family zoning. And these are context photos, and the lot's vacant. It's kind of an eyesore. They bought it to develop it. They just bought it at the end of last year, so very quickly hired Jose and his team, and we started working with staff on this application. So we're excited to move forward. Next slide. So one thing that Rogelio mentioned, we are requesting a 15-foot setback. There is a significant amount of swale in front of the property line, and the development pattern of this area is 15 feet. So we're not asking for something different from the properties around us. All the existing development does go to about 15 feet. So that's why we believe the request is further appropriate. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jose so he can go over the design with you and what he went through to make this unique property work. And I'd like to take it back from him at the end to discuss the hardship criteria and the variances. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Vidal. As Rogelio mentioned, and Mickey, it is a kind of a very weird lot. It happened because of a modification of a lot back in the days, before we were all here. And as you can see on the top portion on the north side, we have very much of a sliver of land there, 13 feet or less, where we're really not developing anything. So the request that we're asking, as Mickey mentioned, is that in lieu of the 30 feet, we're looking at being able to do 15 feet setback. And one of the things that we did to provide even more comfort, to the neighbors is rather than going from end to end of the property, we went ahead and we kept it like 2 feet away from an additional 2 feet and change from the neighbor to the west. Go ahead. So this, the red represents the area that we're discussing. And by the way, the right of way in this area is 70 feet, so the houses are fortunately very far apart from each other. This are just some diagrams showing, what we're trying to do is to keep a lot of distance from the rear. We're also incorporating the pool aspect into the underside of the understory to really create an amenity there. A lot of times it's just used for parking, etc. We really wanted to create not only the concept where we're concealing the cars while bringing them further in, but also creating a nice area for entertainment and so on, and really making something out of it with the pool engaging and so on. Okay, so this diagram, I'm going to go very quickly through it. It kind of shows, what we're confronted with. The distance from east to west on the short side is very small. The actual lot itself is 45 feet. So it's in addition to, the sliver that we have back there, which is almost unusable except for green space, it's a very compact size. And again, we're looking at all the setbacks. So, that kind of tells you how we were able to drive the program to keep it a very compact footprint. So we worked with Rogelio and his staff to, during this whole process. He clarified a lot of things that helped us to develop the design. The variances that we're requesting, obviously, is the front setback. As you can see from this rendering, we're right at the, from the pavers in the front of the house. We're at the street level, so it's quite set back. Is there a pointer? Well, in any case, one of the things that we did, if you look at the image, oh, thank you. If you look at the image, on the right, what we did here is the code requires, this is one of the waivers that Rogelio mentioned, is that the second floor be set back an additional 5 feet from the setback line. And what we suggested is that instead of just doing that, we actually have both stories are set back at 6 feet 7. So we're actually setting back even further. And also, in this area here, this is the what Mr. Rogelio mentioned about the roof that we're trying to keep. What we did is after we got the staff comments, we went ahead and I'm going to show you towards the end of the presentation the difference that we see if we do reduce the roof overhang. The roof overhang, what we're referring to is it's being proposed that it goes back to 1 foot. What we're actually doing is 3 feet 8 inches right now, which sounds a little bit, like splitting hairs, but to us as architects, that little cantilever makes a big, it makes us happy. So we'll show you, we'll kind of compare that, at the next. So again, these are just some different shots showing the property. Okay, so as Rogelio mentioned, the other waiver that we're seeking is, in lieu of the permitted 60 feet, the house extended 65 feet. So in regards to, on this side, there was no objection to what we're doing. We have the staircases with plenty of glass, etc. On this side of the home. The staff mentioned on this side, that something should be further set back in this area. We certainly can work with staff to try to make that happen. One of the things that I do like to point out, though, is perhaps there's something we can discuss with Rogelio and the rest of the staff, is, maybe what we can do in lieu of that is to create more glazing along that property to create more openings. The reason I'm making that suggestion is because inside of the home, including the corridors, we only have 15 foot to make those things work. So, and we have the dining room, we have living, all of those things. So it will make it very small. So perhaps one of the things that we can discuss is, the possibility of creating more glazing in those areas. This is showing the rear of the property, basically how we are engaged in the pull into the home. And again, here is some metrics of what we're trying to do. This is just showing the further setback of the property. And again, in this diagrams here, you can see that the red dotted line are setbacks that we're working with. That actually we have more space than required there. So we are not requesting any variances for the height of the home or anything. We're going exactly by code. We're doing based on the floor design, elevation criteria, everything. This is the west side of This is the east side of the home. This is where the comment was about perhaps bringing in the volume a little bit. And again, we will be very limited to actually do that. Maybe we can do a foot, and again, it will be fairly tight space. Perhaps what we can entertain is working with staff to provide more glazing, that kind of thing. This is the west side where we have a lot of glazing there. Okay, this is just sections. Okay, so in this area here, this is this is the front of the house. What we are, this is actually our 15-foot setback line, which is what we're requesting. So we're permitted to have a 25% overhang from your setback with the canopy. So at this moment, and there's another slide that shows it, what we're doing is we're projecting that element 3 feet 8 inches, and what staff is recommending is to bring it back to 1 foot. Next. Again, this is the crazy side. Okay. And then keep going as well. I'll let Mickey take over, and then I would like to show you the proposed roof differences.
So thank you again. Just wanted to point out a couple of other things, and yeah, just clarified it just to Rogelio, you mentioned 9 feet. It is 3 feet, 8 inches, the overhang. And in addition to, it being important to Jose's team, from an architectural standpoint, the owner, I spoke to her yesterday, really does prefer the additional overhang, just adds a little more interest, a little more shading. And we don't really think it makes a huge impact, again, because we are providing the 15 feet that's consistent with the rest of the block. We're not imposing beyond anything, and there's still plenty of room. Given the fact that the lot itself is so narrow, we do think it's warranted. Staff agrees with that we meet the hardship criteria. I can go over them individually, but I think your report lists them well. We believe that this is really, we talk about variances sometimes, and it's tenuous. We could have like 2 more minutes. We talk about variances sometimes, whether we meet the hardship or the practical difficulty criteria. Sometimes that line is very gray. Here, I think it's very clear. The lot itself is unique and provides that necessary hardship. One thing that was not in the report, was not in the staff's materials, because it happened during this hearing, and I emailed Rogelio, I don't know if he saw it. We did reach out to some neighbors. We did get 2 letters of support from folks on the block during the morning portion of this hearing. I sent them to Rogelio, but I can tell you it's the owner of 521 West 30th Street and 3141 Sheridan Avenue, all within proximity. I know our client reached out to some neighbors. Not everyone was available, but at least we have 2 letters of support, and we don't know of any objections that have been put in the record. With that, I'd like to conclude, and if Ms. Jose has anything else, I would like to say one thing. We're happy with staff's recommendation of approval. With regard to condition E on recessing the east facade, we understand the comment, and as Jose mentioned, we'd like to keep the condition, but work with staff and glazing be an option. Because again, indenting it back further just takes away from the space on a very, very narrow lot as it is. Even if we do nothing, it remains very narrow. So if we can make that articulation with glazing or additional other elements, we'd be happy to do that. And again, we're happy to discuss it, but we request that condition F be removed and we be allowed to have the 3-foot, 8-inch overhang if you all see fit.
And if I may, I know we're out of time, just to show you the comparison between the 2 roofs, if we can.
If we could just pull the presentation back up.
Oh, sorry. I'll make it very quick. So this is as it is right now with the 3-foot 8 overhang on the setback. Next one. And then this is the difference. Then go to the next one. So again, 3-foot 8, and then when we shorten it back. I know it's splitting hairs, but with those canopies, again, is something that we find is going to give the house a very different flair. When you see a lot of the modern homes that are built right now, they're very boxy and they don't have all these projections and things that I think is what really the code tries to do with the setbacks. Anyway, I'll be quiet.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
I see no hands raised.
Okay, I'm closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for comment. Who would like to begin?
So I agree with staff's analysis that the irregular shape of the property warrants the variance. They, of course, staff proposed that in order to mitigate the impact, that this canopy be reduced from 3-foot 8.5 inches to 1 foot, Mickey, as you were addressing. So as a non-design person, help me to understand what this 1 foot canopy would even look like. I mean, I think it sounds a little silly. I'm inclined to grant the variance, as requested with 3 feet 8.5 inches. But just, I don't know if there's anywhere in your slide or just something, help me help us sort of
Can you show those last 2 that you just showed, or the last 4?
Visualize what this is going to look like, with a 1 foot, 1 foot projection instead of, with the difference in those 2 feet, 8.5 inches.
So if I may, in essence, the code allows you to project 25%, assuming that we're granted the 15-foot setback. This is technically allowed. Obviously, staff, is trying to be very careful on everything, understandably so. But what we're saying is this projection that we have here, the house is 70. The right of way of this home is 70 feet away from the other property, which has another 15 feet setback for the most part across the street. So it's quite far back. In reality, that separation, if this is when we bring it down a foot, is minute, but as an architect, you see all these beautiful buildings where you see these glorious cantilevers and stuff like that, and to some people, it really doesn't matter, but it's kind of like what you mentioned about the color palette. It's a little bit off on the shape that she was presented, and it looks great in presentation, which, by the way, always happens to us because in one monitor it looks one way and in the other way. To us, those kind of things we notice as architects. The client also is in love with the design. This is going to be her home, and again, it makes a difference to us. It's minute, but
Listen, as the non-design person on the board, I can see the difference. I can see why why the larger projection is preferred. And to the extent the other members of the board are also inclined, I'm inclined to grant the variance without the requirement of the canopy projection being reduced.
Thank you. I'd like to say too, I think that this is I really like this design in general, that this is a small lot. I went and I looked at the property, and you've really been able to pack a lot into a very compact space. So thank you for that. And I would be in support of the waiver for the side to add glazing. That was actually going to be my recommendation before I came to the meeting. So I think from my perspective, I think that would be fine. I've also been inside houses that have these awkward niches in them, and I do understand that, and especially with a smaller house like this. I also think, we're beginning to see, we're actively exploring the understory as a home typology, and we've seen a lot of homes that are large. And so I think that this is an interesting first step in what would an understory home look like within a smaller neighborhood property. So thank you for that, and I'm sure it's going to be a model for future designers and architects, and I think you did a nice job with that. However, because these properties we're going to, in interior, and it's not like it's on the waterfront and it's a big, there's lots of space. These are in small lots within a denser neighborhood, that I think that there does need to be some more attention being paid to the impact of the additional height that an understory allows, which again, we want the homes to be, for resiliency, taller, understandable, but I think that we also just need to be even more sensitive to what the impact of buildings like this will be, especially in a neighborhood like this where it's all lower single-family homes. So in general, I love a cantilever. What I really like about the front facade is I like that it almost feels like the roof is floating because you have that recessed detail. So again, a nice gesture. But I purposely went and looked at this property because of the comment that staff made that I wanted to make sure that this extension wouldn't be overbearing. And as much as I like the design, I had the same concern standing there on the street, looking at the other properties. So what I was going to suggest is if there's some sort of compromise here where, and I don't know what that would look like, but I am concerned at the impact that this home is going to have. And I don't know if it's something, and you might hate all of these ideas, even just, if the cantilever is, the 3-foot cantilever is the detail that really is, making the design for the homeowner. I don't know if then shifting the whole property back, the house back a little bit, because you do have that extended side yard. You're never gonna lose that. You have that extra property, but that way, because at the other side of the coin, I would support the 15-foot setback, mostly because, as staff has pointed out, that the home next door to it also has the same setback, and I think it gives it a nice element to the street. I think it's a good urban practice to have all the homes aligned like that. So because I am supportive of the severely reduced setback, it makes this overhang a little bit harder to swallow. So I don't know what my other colleagues on the board are going to feel, but that was my initial impression. I'm curious to hear what everybody else has to say. I don't know. Any other thoughts?
So I totally get the setback thing, but I mean, the overhang, I see it's a big architectural feature, and there's not room to back it up anymore. I mean, what's the size of this house?
We're right at the setback line on the rear of 20 feet, so we wouldn't be
Yeah,
able
I'm
to
sure.
go there.
What's the size of this house? How many square feet is it?
About 3,000, just a tad over 3,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Well, and it seems like you're only able to build the size of the house that you have because we're granted the 15-foot setback, right? Because it seems like that, okay. No.
And how tall is that thing? The house, I'm sorry, the house is?
Yes. Proposed height is 26.
26. And
I can give you the height of go back to the section.
and how does it relate, because the other houses, that's the side of their houses,
Well,
right?
well, the code here allows for understories in this district, 31 feet. We're doing
Right,
26.
I'm just saying, like, the set,
So next door on the west side, the house actually, it's a very small block. And so the house actually faces, I guess it's
Right,
Royal Palm.
so it's the
So
side
it's
of the
not gonna
house,
affect
right,
it.
yeah.
And then, but on the other side, it's a small house, and then across the street, there's small, single-story houses. And the street itself is not very wide. So that was, I think if this was a normal wide street, it wouldn't have the same effect. Again, they're moving, nothing is very tall. Everything along 31st Street or that section is very, very low. And there's actually a lot of trees. So that's why I went in hoping that it wouldn't, but I can very much see what staff's point was, that it really will make an impact. And
so I see 9 feet as being excessive, I also see 1 foot as being inconsequential.
Scott,
from-
just before you, 9 feet is, I believe Rogelio misspoke, it's 3 feet 8 inches.
I'm referring to the setback from the property line.
Okay, got it.
The overhang.
So the overhang is 3 feet 8 inches. Yeah.
So the overhang is,
And
so
I
you're
think it's 10.
proposing a 3-foot overhang, but what we're saying is it would be 1 foot to stick to the code.
Right.
Well,
No,
yeah.
no.
Code allows either one.
One.
Because it's a 25% projection.
So, no, with staff, and obviously I'll let Rogelio speak for staff, but what I understand from the report is that they acknowledge that the irregular shape of the property creates a hardship warranting the grant of the variance, but that the canopy may be viewed as imposing on the street at its proposed, I guess, depth of 3 feet 8 inches, and so they're proposing a 2 foot 8.5 inch reduction of that to mitigate the imposition of that feature.
And what you're saying is
I
it's
don't, having reviewed it, and again, I'm not a design person, I don't believe that it's, I don't believe that it's imposing. And I think that it makes for a better design to allow the house to be built as proposed than to cut, 2 feet 8.5 inches off of the projecting canopy.
And if I may answer Scott's question, we're allowed to go to 27 feet. We are currently at 26 feet from the design floor elevation. The overhang itself is only 2 feet above the 26 feet, which you're permitted to go to 3 feet. We actually kept it lower, to give some, a little bit more.
I think the concern, though, is the vertical, coming out vertically, and the effect that creates for the whole structure.
And I actually think in regards to that matter, when you look at these homes and we do the comparison with the existing homes that are in the area, those homes are obviously well below flood criteria, and this is part of the resiliency issues that we're dealing with. So I am in complete agreement that we don't want to use that as an excuse to be overwhelming in our height, because a lot of people are doing that, not for the right reasons. So we literally kept the house, a little bit under where we need to be. But I do think that when you see that thing, your line of sights, you're looking at a building where that is a canopy over there. The actual 2 feet extra is not going to make a difference from the person that is looking at it across the street. But the silhouette of the building itself is going to have that light and shadow that we want to be able to cast. I think, it would actually be a much nicer structure.
That was my whole point, is that 1 foot is really not worth it. Like, it's not gonna do the effect of having that. And 2 more feet, it's like it's 2.5 of my tennis shoes, 24 feet away from you. I don't think that is going to overwhelm. Just my thought, and I appreciate staff's input, but I think it's like somebody with bangs when they're really short. It's ridiculous versus, so it's just a thing, yeah.
From an architectural standpoint, I think I would like to hear your case be made about south-facing overhangs, providing as much shade as possible. I love deep overhangs, so I don't have any issue. I agree with it at the height. It's not going to be that perceived, but I do also understand staff that, we're setting a precedent that we're letting part of the building come within 9 feet of the street, and I think that's more concerning going forward, so maybe there's a way for us to just be aware of that. The thing that also concerns me, though, is, and I don't know if you want to go to your page, the roof is, like you said, it's a form of protection for the house and for the walls. We have overhangs for shading, but also to keep the rain off of our walls and as much windows and try to keep water out. So if you go to the rear, if you go to your renderings, in the rear, you let the walls not be covered by the roof and actually come up higher than the roof, which you're setting, there, and I'm gonna go back, that. So you're setting yourself up for, cracking in the stucco. There's no detailing at the top of that parapet at all. So, again, I like the deep overhang, but what I wish you would be coming to us with is about good construction methodology and the longevity of the building. And if that was the case, then we wouldn't be seeing this detail at the rear of the house where those walls are exposed and just asking for deterioration. So that's my friendly advice. But
So would you extend the roof in the back?
I was looking through all the presentation and it's hard for me to really, at first I thought the walls were different heights and unlevel, but I think it's the angle of these presentations. But yes, the roof is a protective element, so I would never propose, to treat a wall like that. But
And by the way, this is why I understand about the constructability and all that, which raises very good points. However, this is one of those cases where, in this case, for us to extend the eyebrow, I think would be more detrimental to the neighbor on the back because we only have a 20-foot setback. So in this case, we'll be casting a lot of shadows on the neighbor.
that's the north side,
Yes.
so it's not going to cast a shadow.
But visually, you will still be a lot closer to the neighbor.
I don't think you can, sorry, one comment, using the argument that the 2 feet in the front is going to be imperceptible, but all of a sudden it's terribly imposing in the back, I don't think is a consistent.
In the front, you have a 70-foot right away, whereas here, you're 20 feet away only from the neighbor.
I personally like the back as it is, because it shows, if you bring up the picture again, it shows an escalation of the first floor, habitable floor, being out further. The second floor goes back a little bit, and then the roof goes back a little bit further. So there's an escalation, and so I like that design. I would leave that one as is. As to the front, I like the cantilever of that roof going out, but maybe it goes out too much. So my question to, I guess, Rogelio and all of you, is there a way to reduce the 3 feet 8 inches and go somewhere between the 1 foot that they're proposing and the 3 feet, so that there is projection, but not as much as the 3 feet 8 inches? And what would that do to the design?
From our end, if we can get 30 inches, we'll make this architect very happy. And I don't think, we will be setting a bad precedent. We are, again, the homes in this area, they're all set back at 15 feet right now. In the future, all these houses, if they are redeveloped, some of them are very good, beautiful homes that are there that shouldn't be modified, but some are not of the same caliber. They're going to be at the same height standards and all that. So if we can compromise on 30 inches, I would be extremely happy.
So, with that having been said, I guess what I'm hearing from the group is, my sense is we do not have 5 votes for a 3 foot, 8.5 inch projecting canopy. And so, in order to peel off, the holdouts, you know, what would be acceptable? Would 36 inches, which would be 8.5 inches cut off with,
He's saying 30 inches,
He's
I
saying
think.
2.5 feet is, that's the least we can.
he's saying, so and Rogelio, can we take up the variance separately?
We can.
So, I move to grant the variance, subject to the condition that the canopy project no more than 30 inches.
Rogelio, I'd like
I
to
have
know
some more
from.
comments.
Okay, I'm
Before
sorry,
you
and then
make a motion, sorry.
Yeah.
There were some other things I wanted to comment on. Do you?
Was like design
can you
related
do-
or related to this?
It's all, I'm sort of looking at.
So
the thing as a whole.
I'm gonna withdraw my motion, and
Walk that back.
I'm gonna let Sarah
Okay, but then
say her,
we'll revise
say
it.
her piece.
Sort of, so I'm curious, it seems like, or what Myra was saying was, I was saying, like, there has to be room for compromise, and that's what it was. So I agree with, I mean, Shauna's recommendation about extending the roof along the back seems to me very reasonable. I just wanted to say that it's not a reason I'm not going to vote for it, but I'm surprised that you're so against it. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about, I noticed, and maybe it was just not on the plan, but it seems like there's in the understory, there's no wall between the garage, the cars, and the pool area. Was that just an oversight, or is it supposed to be all the way through?
Actually, one of the things is to try to keep it as open as possible. The code's intent is not to block it off so that you look like you have a 3-story home. So we actually intentionally kept it as open as possible on the lower level.
So that even if you're in the pool, you're going to be looking at the cars.
I think one of the drawings shows a metal fence.
Oh,
It's-
no, yes, yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I was referring to the size of the house. We do have a privacy gate along the front of the house, so you do have privacy from the exterior of the property. And then obviously, when we're also gonna be doing the interior design for the home, so we're gonna be playing a lot with furniture, screenings and stuff like that.
So there will be a division. It was just sort of an odd thing to have not be included, and I was wondering if there was a reason why. Okay, Myra, did you have other?
Yeah, no, I have a concern in the back. If you extend that roof line, it will create more shadowing. Is it possible that would create more shadowing on the pool? Because already as it is, the pool is covered, a good portion of it, by the first floor, first habitable floor. So by extending.
That's the north side, so there's no shadows.
No, I understand. I still get some sun from the north side and not direct, but some sunlight, I'll call it,
And
not sun.
you bring a very good point. One of the concerns that we have is that this family, Sue and Ali, they have 2 kids, and while we do have a very long yard that you can play shuffleboard, it's really not conducive to them playing. So part of the reason was we wanted to engage the pool on the inside, but also to allow the kids to have at least 20 feet in the back to play. Because again, the L-shaped configuration that you have is only 13 feet, and it's really not conducive to much other than, to have landscaping and, that kind of item.
I mean, to me, it looks a little unfinished, that you don't have that little bit more. It's not like the wall is extending. You've clearly spent a lot of time refining the design of the south-facing facade. And so that's why, it's, like I said, it seems almost unfinished, especially if you're looking at it from the side. I thought it was a very good point that Shauna brought up. So.
Could I?
I'm sorry, and one of the things is, and I'm going from memory here, but as the board, as you mentioned, one of the things that we did in order to be able to accommodate the problem here is we do the stepping back. So I'm not even sure that we can expand that roof based on our lot coverage. And again, I'm going from memory. Have a lot of things to remember, but extending that roof, again, I do feel that while a foot or something is not going to make a difference in the front of the house, if I'm your neighbor and I'm 20 feet right up to your property line, I think you're going to be doing a detriment to have that closer towards the other neighbors.
I mean, I'm just sort of suggesting, do you want to bring up maybe, I'm looking at the architectural plans. Page 8. It's not the presentation, no.
Is
I
it a
mean, cer-
rendering? Because page 15 has the view from the rear.
Yeah, maybe that's, I mean, I'm not suggesting a full overhang, I'm just saying, and I think
doesn't even
Sean's
cover
point
the
was just
wall,
to be
like-
to the end of the wall, so that the roof ends where the
If
wall ends.
If we can do that based on code, and again, I don't remember if that is gonna impact the.
I wonder if I can bring up the page in that,
Can I
because
make
it's
a-
not that. It's a rendering of the east, of the west elevation. Yeah, we'll go back. There, like, why don't you just extend it to the end of the wall?
Okay, so one of the design features, and unfortunately, let me see if I can expand. One of the things that we're trying to do, again, playing with the cantilevers of the project, is, to create this area here where the walls are serving as a, let me see how I can get to that side, on this one. We're trying to do these things where the roofs overhangs create these cantilevers, and then the walls are two planes that extend throughout the house. So for that reason, on the east side of the house, on the left, we kept separation to make that cantilever again look like it's floating. However, if that's something that you guys are very adamant about, we can entertain extending the roof there. Again, I'm not sure we have enough space to allow to do that based on the lot coverage per house.
If I can make a suggestion, just so, because I think, obviously Jose's looking at it, but we don't want to condition that ultimately triggers a lot coverage issue or something else. Can we put a condition where we will explore with staff the extension of the roof to further cover the back and work with staff? I mean, if it can be done and it works, great. But if for some reason it triggers another problem, we don't want to have to come back and delay the project.
Sure, I
But-
mean, I think part of the suggestion too is this seems like sort of a minor change, maybe I don't know if you're, I don't know.
Alternatively, to altering the roof, can we not shift the walls back towards the house? And then we don't touch the roof, but we don't have a coverage issue, and you still have that plane effect that you're looking at.
If I'm understanding you correctly, I mean, what you're referring to is perhaps shifting this wall further.
Yeah, like to be more in line with the
So that's one of
balcony.
the things that we can discuss with Rogelio and his staff. And again, we can look at these things. From our preference, we would keep the gap, because I think it actually gives a lot of character with all the floating elements. But we certainly, again, if staff is amenable to doing it that way, we can discuss with them how we can work with this. If the code allows us to extend this, I don't think that's something that my client would reject.
Can I ask why you have the gap on one side but not the other? Because sure, I get the gap. It's not on both sides. The
Because
wall is touching the
The
roof.
entire house is asymmetrical, so we didn't want it to, we wanted to keep that thing going throughout the entire house. So for instance, like the reference, one of the architects that we looked at for inspiration is Corbusier, and he has Villa Chodan, which is a beautiful villa in India, where he has all these overlapping elements. But again, it was intentional in the sense that we wanted to keep everything asymmetrical, not to anchor like with bookends on.
Yeah, well, I guess in terms of design review advice, there are great ideas in this project you guys have thought about, but it's like there's a lot of ideas being introduced, like at this right rendering where it's a floating element over the box. I get that, and I get exaggerating the overhang, and I can support that. But then when you come to the back, you've got one where it's not, from the front, it doesn't read as these two sheer walls with a mass or a roof, resting on them, because it's reading as a hovering plane above. So like they're two contradicting ideas, and so the house can't be everything. So just purely architecturally speaking, I would choose one of those ideas and then express it architecturally. But the hovering of a roof plane and then having two walls with a roof rest on in between is two different things.
Yeah, I think it undermines the cantilever effect that you can see in the back, the wall go all the way up, that if it just ended at the roof.
Yeah, we can work with staff on modifying those things if that's fine.
I mean, I just think it's going to make the design more successful, and it's, to your point, it is about the small details and the interactions of the planes, and that you know, you feel very strongly about this cantilever, which is great, then really make it about the cantilever, you know? And if that one detail is preventing that effect, then that's the detail that can be modified, you know, however that is. Okay. Laura, did you have a comment?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Iris, did you have
No,
anything else?
again, I'm fine with the design and back, but as to your concern with the lot coverage, if you reduce the front overhang and you increase the back overhang, does that then take
Yeah,
care
that-
of your
that
lot
would-
coverage issue?
Yes, that would
Okay.
create that balance. So if we keep it at 30 instead of 38,
right.
whatever we take away from the front, we can compensate on the back. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I'm gonna again move to approve the variance, subject to the condition that the proposed canopy be reduced to 30 inches.
A second?
Second? Oh, I'm sorry, before that, Rogelio, are you all right from the city standpoint with the 30 inches versus the?
I think it's certainly improved from what they're proposing. Just our concern is because the setback is already so narrow.
Yeah.
Having a structure so close to the property line, but, you know, reducing it to 30 inches helps, so,
Okay.
so that certainly helps mitigate that concern.
And it's a reduction of, 14 and a half inches.
Yeah.
So, which is something.
Over a foot.
So, we have a second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, motion passes, the variance passes.
Thank you. And by the
So
way,
we
I
still have to
would-
look at the design.
And just before we make the final motion, just want to remind you all, condition E, I think everyone's in agreement that we can add glazing as an option for the articulation there.
We hadn't forgotten about that.
I know.
So I wrote it down. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion to approve the design?
I'll approve the design with a motion that they review with staff the extension of the roof at the rear or the taking off of I guess let's just say the relationship of the rear wing walls to the roof.
Second.
Oh, and then what about the waiver with the side waiver to add glazing?
To include the side waiver to add glazing. I don't know how to say that in the language, but.
I think just if I could help, condition E to add glazing as an option.
Condition E to add glazing as an option.
Yep, shall incorporate recessed walls or glazing. Perfect. To break up further the facade.
As reviewed by staff,
Yes, correct.
to work with staff.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Meyer, second was by Mr. Sheldon. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I want to thank Rogelio and his staff. They were amazing to work with. This wasn't an easy site, and every time we had a question, they were right there for us, like the same day we would answer. That's unheard of, so.
Thank you.
we
They're
appreciate it.
keepers, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to DRB 24-1046, 1480 Stillwater Drive.
An application, this application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory, including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so this is a proposal for an understory home. The proposed home is of a contemporary style, has varying walls, planes, and material accents. The primary facade features floor-to-ceiling glazing with vertical wood louvers screening portions of the front facade for privacy and uninterrupted glass shaded by a large trellis structure on the rear overlooking Biscayne Bay. So this is a waterfront lot. The side elevations are predominantly finished in a stucco and glazing and incorporate planular movement and champagne metal accents for interest. The applicant is not seeking any waivers. However, Staff has concerns with the height, so this is in the RS4 district. There's currently zoning in progress to limit the height of understory homes in RS4 district to 28 feet. So that rule doesn't necessarily apply here because they already have an application in progress, but staff is recommending that applications comply with that limit. So staff is recommending that the understory be reduced by 2 feet in order to reduce the overall height of the home to 28 feet. So with that recommendation that the height be reduced, staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Okay, thank you. Hello again. I'm the architect for 1480 Stillwater Drive. We are proposing, as you know, a two-story home with an understory. This home was designed with the current code, and we are not seeking any variances. We are adhering to all setbacks and all the zoning regulations. The idea is to create a very contemporary light structure and to maximize as much as possible openings and the sense of lightness within the site. We are working on an RS4 lot. It's a narrow 8,000 square feet lot, which, as you probably know, it's sometimes a challenge in order to be able to accommodate all the program. We are incorporating openness in the sides and in all the facades. Here is a study that we did of the Stillwater Drive. There are some pictures of the existing properties nearby, and we also mapped sort of a study of what's happening with the recent projects that have been approved in the area. There are approvals for new contemporary homes. They have also recently been built, and they have also higher ceilings, and they are addressing sea level rise. For us, a concern really in this project and many projects in Miami Beach is the fact that we are getting a lot of flooding and sea level rise, and we want to start to correctly address this, and this is why the client has requested a home with an understory. That being said, here are some diagrams showing compliance with unit size, compliance with lot coverage, all the compliance with the understory edges and understory open space, as well as the front and rear setbacks with the percentages of the open space are being accounted for. And we do have a roof deck that is also compliant with code. We are accessing it through a lateral staircase, and the idea is to be able to overlook at the beautiful bay views. We don't have any structures other than just the roof deck and the necessary glazing for fall protection. You can see the floor plans. We have a very open understory level. It's accessible from the east side as pedestrian access. And we have a central circulation area. The actual enclosed garage has been further set back, like I would say an additional 20 feet from the 30 feet setback. So it's really pushed back. The idea is to have some parking outside of it and interior parking as well, and to have a really open understory floor plan with a pool deck, everything integrated to the view, to the bay. If you continue going up, we have a very open floor plan, the social areas looking towards the bay, and the secondary bedrooms towards the street, also the master looking at the beautiful views, and this is also the roof deck. This is the proposed elevations. You can see that we are proposing 30 feet 6 building height from freeboard, in compliance with the current code. And we are working with a palette of very light materials, and we're introducing warmth with wood composite soffits and wood composite louvers in order to give interest and dynamism to the design. There are more views of the elevations, the sections to further depict the conditions of the height. And we did also some thorough studies of the yards. One of the opportunities that I would say that this project has is that we were able to have the level of the understory raised from grade about a foot because of the additional height, and that really addresses our concern with flood, which is really a concern in other projects that have been previously approved. These are axonometric views that shows that we are presenting openings on the side facades per code requirements. And to finalize some views, we made an effort to show dynamism and lightness towards the street, even though we have a structure that has a contemporary design. We did staggering of the volumes to have that dynamism, and we incorporated the warm materials to portray warmth and dynamism to the street. You can see that the second floor has been further set back. The louvers on the second floor are now at 5 feet further back than the 30 feet, but the actual line of the facade has been even further set back 5 or even 10 feet. It varies. It presents that variable facade. In the back, very clean, open. We want to incorporate light and the views to the design. We have a sculptural staircase, round staircase from the understory going up to the first floor balcony. This is an additional view of the back. And some massing rendering so you can appreciate the openings on the sides and the facades. And in terms of landscaping, we made an effort in order to preserve the existing palm trees in the site to incorporate them in a very tropical landscape design. We worked with native species that meet and exceed the current requirements to really blend in and complement the architecture. So if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody wishing to speak?
I'm not sure if the city or yourselves, the homes in that neighborhood that have understories or that have been built to be, sure, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Hold that thought. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
I see no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, closing the public portion. Sorry, continue.
Okay, so the homes that have been raised with an understory or that have been raised simply without the understory to be a base flood elevation +1 or higher, how many of them are in that neighborhood and what is their current height?
I will say, because I went to look at this, I don't think I'd ever been on Stillwater Drive, and I went to
Yeah,
look.
I've been.
And although in the presentation they included a number of newer homes, the vast majority of homes in this area are low and they're older. And or if they're new and it shows it in their renderings, they're still not as tall, nearly as tall as the 30 feet that they're proposing.
Yeah, that I believe is the situation in most neighborhoods throughout the city.
But I'm saying in
because we're still not-
contrast, it's
yeah.
a lot lower. It's
Yeah.
not like Alton Road where you have a lot of variation.
Yeah.
It's all very
Yeah,
low.
well, we
They're
have-
super close together. And there's not a lot of, I don't even know if there is sidewalk. There's not a lot of trees. It's just, the lots are very, well, maybe we saw it before. There's a picture. I don't know, it's hard to see. The homes are very close together.
I'm familiar with the area. I just don't know the number of homes. And I believe the situation that our chair is referring to exists throughout our entire city on all of our neighborhood streets because not all residents have gone forward or can go forward with raising their homes with or without an understory. So does anybody know within that neighborhood? Go ahead.
May I also? So I actually passed by today. Okay.
Interrupt you too,
Sorry.
because on page 7 of the presentation, it
Yeah.
also shows the answer to your question. I would recommend bringing that up.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. Okay, so in here, you will see there's a few homes. From the homes that have understories, I think it's 1211 Stillwater is the one that currently have an understory. It's under construction. And it also, what it's portrayed here, it's the current status. There's also an additional structure. So it's an accessory structure that goes above that top of the building. And it's more or less like 8 feet. Just so that we are aware of. So that's the number 6 that we currently have there. There's a few homes that are being built, not just on Stillwater, but on the bay next to Stillwater, especially. I think today one came, similar situation, understory, same 3 heights. I think it was the first presentation that was on, and it had the same condition. So it's not necessarily the same street, but it's the parallel street. So there's a few developments that have been going on, and especially I believe because it was a code that changed recently, I believe it's something that it's gonna start showing, because it's something it's an important issue that it's happening throughout Florida, that it's there. Sorry.
In the screen you have above, there's on the top row of homes, there seems to be the second one, the third, and the last, the fourth. Are those?
Those have like the second one has an understory. I know the one that one
has an understory.
That one has an understory, and I think there's 2 or 3 that have the accessory structure above.
Okay.
So you're not looking just at the first and second floor, but you're looking at the first, second floor, and then a terrace throughout the upper part of the roof.
I think the second one is the one we looked at earlier today.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and if I can add up to that, because the second one, we developed it in our firm with a more restrictive height. So this is a conversation that we are getting all the time from our clients, right? We have a concern with flood and with water management, but we want a contemporary design, high ceilings. So how can we address sea level rise, and how can we get these higher ceilings and this beautiful design? I understand that there's a context as well, and it's a changing city, but this is also happening to whoever is faced with the decision of what to do with their home. So also, we don't want to not provide this solution. In the case of the second one, we did have to compromise the level of the understory. We had to set it almost at the natural grade elevation, which to me really it poses a problem, because when it floods, we are thinking of the first habitable floor, but are we thinking about the understory, and how is that going to be affected? In this one, I was happy to see that we have an update to the code, because we can have the opportunity to raise the level of the understory with a gradual slope. We have more space to do a more efficient civil engineering project, to do swales, to do the catch basins, and have a better solution towards the street. But then what are we compromising, and what are we willing to compromise, and what is the client willing to compromise? Those are the questions that
What
came
are
up.
the ceiling heights in the first and
Okay,
second,
so-
in the habitable floors? What are your ceiling heights?
Let me bring that up.
I will also say too, if the city code is about to go from 30 feet to 28 feet for these districts, then obviously they think that 28 feet is enough, or they wouldn't be changing it. So, you know, I think making this decision based on the recommendation that staff is getting, again,
100%.
context is very important, which is the 28 to make the structure 28 feet as opposed to 30 feet, still allows for plenty of resiliency planning, but also makes the structure more compatible with the neighborhood.
Yeah, 100%. And remember, before it was 24, so it is a difference, and we are completely open to looking at it and studying it. But I just want you to also bring to the table what we get from the design point and also from our clients.
And what also are the opportunities of this new code that, compared to the old code, what are the upsides and downsides? So I think there's a relationship there, like a thin line that has to take into account, and we absolutely understand also the recommendation.
So
Okay?
can you go back to the question I asked? What are the ceiling heights on the first, second and third habitable
So
floors,
right
please?
now, the understory, we have 9 feet. On the first floor, we have 10 feet. And on the second floor, we have 9.5. And that is on the most favorable situations. When we have docks and beams, we're trying to do that in the bathrooms, and the closet's gonna be lower.
The other only question I have, Rogelio, is to the city. Where is the city on the process of changing the code from a maximum height allowed of 31 feet versus 28 feet?
It's
whatever.
in zoning in progress. It went to the planning board last week as part of an ordinance related to administrative review for understory homes. The administrative part doesn't get zoning in progress because that's less restrictive, but the part of 28 feet is more restrictive, so that's currently in zoning in progress. They put an applicability clause that anyone that had already filed an application prior to the date of the planning board can keep their application with the height going as high as 31 feet. So that regulation technically doesn't apply to them, but that is something that staff is going to be recommending for all applications moving forward that are in the RS4 district. So RS1, 2, and 3 tend to be larger lots, and so we don't see these issues with compatibility as much because there are larger setbacks. There's more room than you see in the RS4 districts.
Do we incur a legal issue if we, as a board, request that it not go to the maximum, but that it go to the maximum allowed by code, which is 31, but that we go to the zoning in progress that's occurring now of 28 feet?
I think the height is within your purview. You've always had the ability to require a lower height, so I don't think that you do. But
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Scott, were you gonna?
No, I was going to say that some of these other houses that are not tiny original ones that were built maybe in the 80s or 90s look gigantic and bulky compared to the newer ones. So I get it. That neighborhood does not have a beauty of consistency to it anyway, like you said. So I kind of think that it's not as applicable as far as ruining the aesthetic of the neighborhood. The neighborhood is very hodgepodge with what it is right now. It's not like it's all consistent, and it's not like it's, so anyway, and some of this really bad architecture that we went through in there. Sorry, it was really.
Can I add to this? I agree with staff's sort of recommendation to say, let's come up with an approach. Obviously, I agree with the understory approach for our community moving forward. And if we, as a group, decide to sort of limit the height, I would just request that we provide specific information. Like, I would hate to see them lower the site. Like, yes, that's a good strategy. Can we have 8 feet clear, understory and not 9? You have 11-foot first floor, like even if, I think we could take 2 feet away from there without compromising the space of the structure. So I guess that's where I would come down, maybe to peel a foot away from the clear height on the understory and from the first floor and just ask it to be reduced by 2 feet.
Yeah, and there may be a compromise you can provide, but my concern is that this still is zoning in progress, so it requires commission approval, correct, Rogelio?
correct, it
So
will ultimately.
we don't
require-
know yet what the commission is going to say. In fact, they may say, no, we want you to leave it at 31. Or they may say, we want it lower than 28, for all we know, So my concern is that we are not consistent with the code if the code allows it. I understand the situation of some lots being smaller than others, where the impact is greater on with the height, but I also, what Scott is saying is we have a variety of heights and styles and homes on that street. And as we go forward, 10 years from now, it'll probably be a lot more homes that are renovated and brought up. It's my concern.
Can you bring up, thank you. Can you bring up page 31 in the presentation? because we've been talking a lot about, oh, go back, it's
831 or
31. Page 31, go back,
Page
I think go back
31.
2. It's just a
front
streets.
facade? Front facade?
That one, yes,
Yeah,
the front
okay,
facade. So, because we've talked a lot about the height, but we haven't really talked about the design.
Right.
And I would say, for me, they're very interrelated. In general, I like the design. I like that you've designed on all 4 sides as opposed to just 2, which I always appreciate. I like this design, but one of the things that this design does is it's very, very vertical. You have along the left side these 2 double height columns that are arguably, those columns themselves are probably higher than the home next door. And so what's happening is not only are we having a discussion about the overall height of the building, but what's compounding this effect, and we're talking about giving you more height, but what's compounding the effect is the design, and that the design really emphasizes the tall and the verticals. And I think that a design like this could work on other parts of Miami Beach. I mean, it would seem a little bit more appropriate for, say, the Venetian Islands, but you know, where the lots are larger. But I just think, especially in this case, again, in the context, which is so much of our purview, that the design itself is too much and not compatible with the neighborhood. And I wonder if there's other design choices that you can make that would, I just feel like from what we've seen in other areas in the past, like this house is really going to stand out amongst its neighbors in a way that it shouldn't. And I think that there could be some design modifications made so that even if it is going to be taller, and again, that's fine, it's good for resilience, we all want homes to be taller, but there's also some choices that can be made along the way too. And that's, you know, a big part of what we do when reviewing these understory homes is making sure that yes, it has the resilience, but also it still works. Understanding that there's going to be bumps and things aren't going to be as smooth in transition. But that was just my comment in general. Okay. And I don't know if like Shauna, I don't know if you agree with that or if you like the design in general. It really emphasizes the vertical. Can you let her?
No,
thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, give me a
I
second.
was, I don't think we see a side, like I was looking for more of a side for those columns. Like I do think the front is nice, the way the box is sort of offset, but we don't,
Those
Is
columns
that-
on
that's the
front.
rear?
Okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's
So
the
that-
front columns that we're talking about.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I appreciated the articulation of the design and the fact that it's not, that, you know, just a straight wall, and you guys meet both the intent and the design. Those one columns feel a little bit out of scale compared to the other vertical elements.
Mhm.
I can agree with
Yeah, I
that.
think that's the word. Like
Yeah.
it just seems like it's not the right scale.
Okay, the side
Well-
columns. Okay.
I mean, it affects the design in general, but Shauna, were you going to continue?
No, that was all I was going to say.
I think that, you know, maybe what's also contributing to it, at least to me, because I really like the verticality of it. I think that that's very refreshing. But what's, to me, is what's weighing it down, maybe the garage door. It's maybe if you make that more open, and then maybe the house looks like it's floating more, and it would contribute less to, I don't know if that's.
Is that garage door set back?
Yes,
from-
it's
from-
very set back. It has a.
The garage is set back, like, I would take like an additional 15 feet from the 30, no, or actually 20 feet from the 30 feet setback. So I would say like 50 feet, more or less, or 45 or 50 feet from the front of a property line.
What it is, I think also, to piggyback into what you're saying, is maybe it's so solid that what's happening is it's creating this pedestal effect, which I think is, again, making the whole structure just seem so much
Maybe something
taller.
can be done with a garage door design.
May I ask if we're open to reducing those columns and have it cantilevered? So that you still have the stackable effect, but you don't have the verticality. So we can try to work with structural in order to understand if we can leave more or less the same idea of having two stacked volumes, but not necessarily having a pilaster that it's as tall as the understory plus the first story, so that we can keep on with a little bit more airflow through that area.
I liked that cantilever
Okay.
effect and thought it prevented that wall effect like you see with these other bulky houses
Right.
there. I really did.
I just think it's a scale issue. It's just, that's what I'm saying, like, I like this design,
Okay.
but I don't like this design for this location. And it is, I think it's, yeah, it does give a nice solution to a side and does open it up and it's breezy, but I think there's just quite a few design elements that are coming together to contribute to this overall effect.
Okay.
That, again, we have this very solid pedestal on the bottom, and then all of your, I mean, there's a little bit of a frame around the volumes,
Okay.
but everything is very, very vertical, enhancing the verticality. And again, this is a low home neighborhood. I think I like the idea that you're playing with these volumes, but to play with large, solid volumes that are already very high, yeah.
Yeah, maybe we
Personally,
can.
I just think that this is going to be the future of a lot of neighborhoods on Miami Beach as time goes by. But I actually like the columns. They don't bother me. I don't know if maybe you can come up with something different to satisfy other concerns with the columns. But if I were a neighbor, I'd rather be a neighbor on the left side than on the right side, only because it creates more open area without having a wall coming down. So I agree with Scott that I like the shifting and the cantilevers. I agree with my partner here that I don't know, something's off with that garage door. I don't know if it's the color, the texture, the design of it. I don't know.
I think it might read more like a two-story home with an
Yeah.
understory
Yeah.
versus this kind of looks like a three-story home, and that might
Yeah.
be contributing to the height issue,
Okay.
or at least the
But you don't
appearance
really
of it.
see that it's set back another 30 feet from the front setback.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you show the next one, which is the rear? I mean, that has such a different effect.
Yeah.
It's so much lighter and it's much more horizontal, and it doesn't have, I mean, I think that sort of, I think proves my point to go from one to the other, where again, like there's some interesting design elements. No, I would go back, but that just doesn't seem as tall.
Okay.
And we've seen time and time again where this happens again. This is something new that we're all exploring, and that, you know, how do you make a 3-story structure look like a 2-story home? This is the problem that we're all, so it takes a little bit of finesse.
So in your understory, you have a 9-foot height. And you're requesting a height of 30 feet, 6 inches. We're going to go from 31, if the commission approves and the rest of the process goes forward, to 28 feet. Is it possible to adjust the height of that understory?
Absolutely.
Because adjusting the height of the first and second habitable floor, they're currently, you're saying 10 feet and 9.5 feet. You know, that's about what someone wants.
Okay.
At least what I would want in my
Okay.
room height, ceilings.
Isn't the
But
first
maybe
floor
the
11 feet though? I think the first floor is actually 11 feet clear.
It has.
Okay, it has a lower ceiling
two
over the
conditions,
kitchen,
like,
but it's
yeah.
really 11 feet.
It's in some areas we're gonna be able to get to 11 feet. So maybe what we can do is we can work with a foot on the understory, and maybe we can play with 6 inches and 6 inches on the top floors. And we can definitely look into lowering it. Again, it gives us much more flexibility than the previous code. So 100%.
So in total, you feel you can adjust it within the 3 levels by about 2 feet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, which would bring it from 30 feet, 6 inches to 28.
Which is what staff has
Okay.
recommended.
28.6, is that okay, Rogelio?
We had recommended 28, but it is, you can
6
approve
inches, okay.
28.6 if that's,
Okay.
yep.
I didn't, you were just saying that that wasn't a motion yet, right?
Oh, no, I
okay.
was just asking if that's a
Oh, okay.
possibility. I would
So I
propose
wanna-
it as a motion, but I think
Okay.
you all are still discussing.
Well, I just wanted to add on to that, that the future adjusted grade is plus 6.52, so the understory ground level is proposed at plus 6.65. So I just want to say, when we get to the making of a motion point, I'd like it to say that we maintain that understory ground level, and that the 2 feet come out of the clear, from above that.
What is the?
I think, sorry if I may add, I think if we're gonna get really to the 28 feet, which was the recommendation, we are now a little bit higher than future adjusted grade. We might probably need to place it at future adjusted grade. That is still higher than the other case that was really concerning.
Right,
'cause-
I think we're giving you maybe 28.6, and then you can keep your
that's
future
great.
adjusted
Okay,
grade.
perfect.
Yeah.
That's great, okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
For any other comments, because we should,
I'll make a motion then. Oh, sorry.
I
did you wanna
just
say-
wanted to know, what is the elevation of the understory and the elevation of the street?
Yeah, give me a second. Okay, so right now, the average sidewalk elevation is 5.05, and the understory is placed at 6.98.
Okay, yeah, so you do have a little bit of a
Yeah,
sloping,
we do.
yeah, to
Yeah.
prevent the water.
We put
flooding.
it just
Okay.
above future adjusted grade, which is 6.65.
Okay.
before I move forward, I would just like to say this to my point. I would support, it seems to me like the front facade does need a lot of work to achieve the effects that we want to avoid. I would support a continuance, because there does, I mean, to rework for the facade is a pretty comprehensive task. So that would be, and I don't know if staff has the time to finesse it through to the point where I think it needs to be. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I'll just say that I can't really make a motion including that, because I don't have some of the, I know there was some conversation about changes, so if somebody else feels that way and they want to make a motion including those changes, but I feel like it's, for me, it's close enough that it could be handled by staff, but I think if there's others that want to make a motion that have very specific things they want to see, I can support that. I can, is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an issue with the columns, so I don't know if you guys do. I was just more with the garage door, so I think that that could be handled through staff, just, working through some permeancy there, but, again, if you guys
I
feel
as well,
strongly
I'm
about that.
fine with the columns, it's the garage door that, even though it's set back.
So does anybody want to take a stab at a motion that
I
can
think
include
Shauna-
recommendations
Yeah.
of how staff should work?
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve with the condition, well, about the height, so we need to reduce the height, to 28.6. The reduction will come from the upper floors, not from the understory. And then also approved with the condition that you all work with staff for the front facade, garage, or understory.
Do you have any specifics with the garage or what to give them direction?
To give more permeance in the understory, so that it looks more like an understory, not like a level to the house.
I think that 28.6 is to be acquired through the 3 levels, because they may want to reduce a little bit the understory ceiling height of
No, I
9
think
feet.
Maybe if you just say,
not taking it from the
if you can just say 28.6 and let them work it out with staff,
Yeah.
that gives
Okay.
everybody a little bit of
28.
wiggle
To
room.
maintain the
Ground
the
level,
ground level
yes.
of
Yeah.
the understory and work it out within the.
Within
higher
the
level.
levels,
Perfect,
right.
okay.
Yeah, the
Yes.
ground remains as proposed.
Right, yes,
everything.
Yeah.
yes.
So there was the garage, the 28
So-
height. Was there anything else?
28.6.
28.6.
You're leaving the columns or keeping the
I
columns?
was gonna leave the columns.
What?
I was gonna leave the
Keeping the-
columns,
Okay.
but.
Or
the
maybe,
design.
maybe to work with staff to reduce the overall
Keeping the
verticality.
design as is.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, does that
Yeah.
seem like
Okay,
a
yeah,
good,
that
does that
seems-
seem like a good
Okay,
compromise? Just
yeah,
to reduce the verticality?
revisit the columns with
Okay.
the verticality with staff.
Okay.
Okay, that's my
Perfect.
motion.
Revisit
Second.
columns. Revisit columns
I mean,
to-
I would estimate you could keep it's just that all of the elements on the front facade are vertical. And if you had some columns that were being offset by something horizontal,
Okay.
whatever it is, it's the work with staff
Absolutely.
to reduce.
To adhere something more horizontal so that when you break it out, we understand your concern and we're gonna try to address it. So
Yes.
I understand maybe first when we lower those 2 feet and maybe those squares could be reduced a little bit so that you have a verticality at the front that it's our horizontality, sorry, that it's thicker, then you end up having more of that visual of that horizontal line. So we understand your concern.
Okay.
And we
That was just-
absolutely will work it out.
Okay,
I want
yeah.
you to understand that
Yeah,
part.
no,
from
and I
our
want to
end.
be able to give
Okay?
enough leeway in the order.
Okay.
In the motion, that you guys have an opportunity to
Absolutely.
suss it out and finish.
Absolutely.
But also give you direction. Okay.
Great.
So work with staff to reduce the verticality of the design and add horizontal elements, something,
Or even just reduce, whatever
Just
it
reduce
is
the
that reduces
verticality.
it. I want to let you
Okay.
guys figure that out.
perfect.
And if
All
the
right.
columns.
I have the three issues, and I have a motion by Ms. Lewin. I don't believe we received a second.
Yeah, I did do a second, but.
Oh, I
you know,
apologize, I
my
missed that.
problem is I don't have an issue with the verticality. But if they want to discuss it with you and see if you can come up with it, that's fine, you
Okay.
know. My issue is more with the garage, but I'll second it for that.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, motion passes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. See you next month.
Thank you. Okay, we're now gonna hear DRB 24-1048, 1112 MacArthur Causeway.
This application has been filed design review approval on an advisory basis for the mechanical rehabilitation and hardening of the water booster station on Terminal Island. The hardening works includes stormproofing and waterproofing the station and the construction of an overground generator and fence.
Okay, so this is an application from the Department of Public Works. We have a representative from Public Works here. And it's on an advisory basis, the review of this project. The project involves the installation of equipment that will improve the resiliency and reliability of the pump station, of the water booster pump station on Terminal Island. So this is a pump station that involves boosting the pressure of potable water, and it's not a storm water pump, which is what we've typically seen before this board. It's located on Terminal Island, includes the installation of a permanent generator, replacement of an air handler unit, replacement of perimeter fencing, and a new access gate and door frame improvements. And then there's additional underground infrastructure work that's also happening. The portion of the project that will be most visible is the new generator, which will be located immediately to the east of the building, of the existing building. So this is an existing station. And there's additional infrastructure work that will take place inside the building. It's located adjacent to the MacArthur Causeway, the Fisher Island Ferry and Garage, and the Coast Guard Station in Miami, and also there's some surface parking nearby. So there's no residents, there's no condos, there's no commercial uses in the vicinity that would be affected by this. The facility is lined from view from the MacArthur Causeway by large trees and shrubs. So this won't impact any pedestrians walking along MacArthur Causeway, and the visibility of it will be minimal. You may see some portions of the generator. It is very high, but it's just going to be very minimal what you're going to see. These changes are necessary to improve the functioning of the existing water booster station and ensure that it'll be resilient to natural events. So the generator is intended, if the power goes out, anything happens, this will still be able to function. And it will overall benefit the surrounding neighborhood and the city and the beach's potable water system. So with that, staff recommends that the DRB discuss the proposal and provide any recommendations to the City Commission, and we'll transmit those recommendations via LTC. So,
Hi, good afternoon. I think we have a presentation and the
Yep.
consultant is online. So we're gonna be presenting, as Rogelio mentioned, we're gonna go through the project and agenda and show you where is the specifics of this project. So
G. Mendez, hand is raised. I think is that the
yes,
consultant?
correct, yeah, correct, Max.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you need to swear him in?
Hi, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Greg Mendez. I'm a principal engineer and the Miami office leader for Chen Moore and Associates. I'm here to present to you today, as briefly as I can, the Terminal Island Water Booster Pump Station hardening project that we've been working on for quite a bit now with the Public Works Department. Next slide. I'm not sure who's advancing the slides.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you. Excellent. Thanks, Giancarlo. So these are just a few items that we're going to be discussing over the next few minutes. I'll run you through the existing conditions of the station, where it's at, what it currently looks like today, identify some of the site constraints, and then we'll get into the scope of work, which I'll clearly identify what portion of the project is going to be funded by the DEO grant and which portion is being funded by the City of Miami Beach. Finally, we'll move into the proposed exterior improvements, which is what I'm sure you're interested in seeing. So we'll run through the proposed generator improvement, the new fencing, the new roof access ladder, and the exterior doors, and then we'll follow it up with any questions that you may have. Next. So project location, as Rogelio pointed out a few moments ago, this is on Terminal Island, which is essentially just off the MacArthur Causeway. If you look in your top right corner, the inset there, we're in the northeast corner of Terminal Island. That's basically adjacent to the entrance to the Coast Guard base, just off the causeway. Next. So existing conditions, this is an aerial view on the right-hand side of what the station currently looks like, and just rolling around, I guess from top dead center around to the right in numerical order. Number one is that dark black line, which represents our project limits. That's essentially the limits of the property line that the city owns. Number two is just pointing to the station itself. So this is the building that contains these booster pump stations and controls. Number three is an existing Royal Palm that unfortunately will have to be removed as part of these improvements. I'm sorry, number three. Number four is also pointing to that same line, but it really is meant to identify that existing 6-foot-high chain link fence, which is in bad condition in most areas, and that's running along the north and east sides of this property. That's intended to be removed and replaced. Number five is just the location of the FPL transformer. You'll see that in a couple of photos later in the presentation. Number six is the staircase, which is on the second floor. There's a platform there, which you'll see some good pictures of here shortly, where we're going to be proposing a guarded staircase that gets us up to the rooftop rather, for maintenance of the pump station. Number seven is just pointing out the location of the U.S. Coast Guard guardhouse. So as you enter the base, that's the guardhouse that would be immediately to your left prior to check-in. Number eight is an AC unit enclosure that is currently fenced in with your typical City of Miami white 6-foot-tall aluminum fencing, which we're going to mimic, and you'll see more details on that here in short order. And then number 9 and 10 is really just pointing to an existing sanitary sewer pump station, which is in existence. That is also owned by the City of Miami Beach. We know that's on our property, and we're very conscious of the fact that that's going to be impacted by some of this work. So just to give you an idea of what this looks like today, this is a photo of the pump station building. You can see it there in the foreground with all the glazing and the angled front. This is from the causeway looking southwest. So if you look in the top right, there's a little indicator of a viewpoint, if you will, and that's approximately the location that this photo was taken from. So this is basically sitting northeast of the building, looking back at it, and you can see the parking garage for the Coast Guard there in the for Terminal Island in the distance there off to the left. So this is the opposite corner. So now this is sitting near the Coast Guard check-in or security booth. You can see the booth there on the right-hand side, just cut off in the photo there. This is what the station looks like today, and you can see a lot of different vehicles parked there. Some should be there and some should not. Most of those trucks in the back are Public Works and Operations buildings. Some of these other vehicles in the front should not necessarily be parked there, and that's one of the issues that we're hoping to tackle with these proposed improvements. This is behind the building, so if you look at on the right side on the inset, this is now moving off the causeway clearly onto the property itself. So this is just looking towards the towards the southwest or south-southwest from the northeast corner of the building. That's the FPL generator there in green that I pointed out there, made reference to earlier. Next. And this is standing in the same location, but angling a little more towards the right, so you can see in the foreground that tall Royal Palm, which will be in direct conflict with where the proposed generator will sit. And you'll see that here in just a moment. But we're basically taking this photo right from where the generator is going to be sitting. Next. So I mentioned earlier an existing platform and some doors. So there's a few improvements here that we're going to take a look at here in in a little more detail here in just a moment. But that is the second level platform where we're going to be attaching a roof ladder from that platform between the door and the edge of that railing. There's plenty of room there. The photo may not look like it, but there is, to get up to the rooftop with a secure ladder. And then, of course, part of our improvements is also going to include replacement of those two steel doors on the second and the first floor. It's a double door on the bottom and a single door at the top. Those frame and doors are in terrible condition. They've been eroded, they're rusted and falling apart. So part of our proposed improvements is going to be replacing those. Okay, so site constraints. Clearly part of these improvements, as Rogelio indicated, does include some underground components as well. So one of the first activities we undertook was to really identify the mishmash and maze of utilities and other appurtenances that exist on the site, either at grade or below grade for that matter. So this identifies a lot of the FPL duct banks that meander throughout the site, the location of all of our underground water mains and force mains, the extent of the sanitary sewer pump station, and everything else that we needed to be aware of in order to design these proposed improvements. It also really played a major role in dictating where this generator could or could not be placed. And I'll get into that in just a minute. So here is the identification of the full scope of work, everything that we're undertaking under this project. The DEO funded, grant funded items are denoted in red, and the City of Miami Beach funded items are denoted in blue. So just going around these real quick, if I may, item number 1A.
You know what, can I interrupt you? Sorry, I'm sorry, but we have a hard stop in about 20 minutes. So I think it would be helpful to all of us. Do you have images of what you're proposing?
Absolutely. Sure.
Maybe skip to that if you don't mind. That's really what our concerns are.
Not a problem at all. I want to be a little more thorough. We can certainly truncate it. So no problem. So I mentioned the generator would be located in the northeast corner, and that's essentially to avoid a lot of those underground utilities that we would never have access to once this generator's in place. So really the only location that really makes sense is in that northeast corner that you see there denoted by number 2. This example of photo that we just put up is of a Caterpillar generator. Of course, the contractor would not be relegated to simply choosing a Caterpillar, which tends to be yellow in color. Next slide. They could also go with something like a Generac, which is almond in color. You may have seen many of these at a lot of the stormwater pump stations around the city. I'm sure you're familiar with these. Next. Generator on slab. So this is not a rendering, but it's meant to indicate what the height of this generator is going to be. Essentially, the top of the generator is going to be at elevation 22, almost 23 feet NGVD. So that's plus 23. The existing ground in that area, just for reference, is about 7.5 to 8. So you're talking about a roughly 15-foot tall generator. The building itself is at its high point is about 28.5 feet tall. And you'll see that in a moment. Next slide. So this is a rendering of what, from that same causeway photo I showed you earlier, of what that generator would look like in front of that building in that same location at that height. Next. This is a rendering of that fence that we're going to be installing all the way around the perimeter, again, to control access to it, but also improve the aesthetic a little bit. In this photo, you can also see off to the left some additional shrubbery or some screening that we're going to be installing between the pump station and the sidewalk that exists north-south there near that sign, the pedestrian sign off to the left. And then off in the distance, you can see the second floor ladder that we've added to this rendering as well. Next. It's just a standard detail of what your Miami Beach fence looks like. The only difference is that this is going to be 8 feet tall for security purposes, and it's in lieu of the standard 6 feet. Next. Just a close-up of what this roof-mounted or wall-mounted roof access ladder is going to look like with its security cage. Next. More of the same. And then these are just an example of what these doors are going to look like. Nothing fancy. They're basically meant to replace the doors. These are storm-proof doors. I'm sorry, wind-proof doors. They are not storm-proof doors. It's definitely not necessary on the second floor. On the first floor, next slide. We're also going, I'm sorry, next slide again. We're also going to be installing these flood-proofing panels on the first floor to further make the building more resilient against storm surge and the like. And that's essentially it. Pretty basic.
Thank you very much. Any
My
other,
pleasure.
is there anybody? No
No,
public?
no hands raised online?
Okay, any comments from the board? It's just so I understand what you're proposing essentially is putting the generator in front of the existing building that's there now. Can you go back to that slide that
correct.
shows where the generator will be located?
I think it goes between the existing building and the causeway, and then they're gonna buffer it, my understanding, with plant material.
Yeah, is that, oh wait, go back.
Yeah, let me get the location. Oh, it's right there, number 2. So,
No, I think we wanted to see the image. Yes,
That
that
one
one,
right there.
that one right there. So, yeah,
So all of that shrubbery and those trees are existing today. That's what it would look like if we did nothing more than install a generator where it's proposed.
and so you're proposing, and again, to make sure that I got this correct, that generator, that's the only location that makes sense for that generator.
It's really the only place that it can go, sadly, without impacting or sitting over the top of existing facilities that should a break ever occur, or should we ever have to replace it or get under there, we never could after this generator's in place.
And you
This
will
is-
be
this is permanent.
doing, I'm sorry, you will be doing shrubbery or plant material around it so that it's not as, you don't see the white or beige box, or you don't see the generator from either the causeway or the, a bridge going into the Coast Guard area.
No, so currently there is no vegetation or screening proposed at this time in this project.
And then you showed us the yellow one. Was that also, it could be beige or yellow? Was that?
Depends on the brand.
Oh, depend on the one that
It
you
can,
get.
yeah, this just depends on the brand, and of course, there's always opportunities to paint it and do something simple, something a little more, a little easier to maintain. But yeah, we're also constrained on space. So if you zoom in on the right side there, and I know you can't zoom in on a slide, but if you look at the right side, the aerial view, once that generator's in place with its slab and the platforms with the access stairs to get it to either side of it, there really doesn't leave much room between that and the fence, just a couple of feet.
As one member of this board, I can understand the situation you're faced with. I don't have an objection to what is being done. I would just request that there be landscaping to camouflage the building, or the generator, I'm sorry, as much as possible from MacArthur Causeway at least.
okay, we could look into that and see. We're adding, as what was mentioned, we're adding a landscaping to the sides of next to the new fence. There's already landscaping, but we could look at something that will grow and eventually, will cover and will hide as much as possible. So
Yeah, I think it's a shame that has to be located in the one spot that covers up a pretty nice building that covers up some, utilitarian things. But I can see why it would need to be. I agree that there should be some sort of screening.
Well,
Shauna?
I mean, again, I sound like a broken record today, but as our city transforms, these types of and our population increases and our density increases, these types of systems are only going to get bigger and more populated throughout our urbanism. And so I just feel like having a strategy, that we approach when we have all of these situations is a better way to come at this. Like, this is a 15-foot tall, enclosed system that, yes, then you need access to. It's going to have maintenance, and it's at the scale of a building. It's not like a little, like air conditioning unit. So, and there's no image from the inside of the building, but this happens to be a glass facade right there. So I'm just saying, to me, it's so much. I know cost is a factor. I know time's a factor. But again, if we want to have accidents, all through our city, we're going to get this. Or if we say when it's this type of change, it actually becomes an extension to the architecture. It has an architectural language and it's inhabitable. And that's the approach versus trying to pretend that we can just add this little thing next to it, because it's very big. It's very big. And I think we have to address it like we do, like this city is so great at with water, living with water, not trying to pretend we don't have water around us. And this is very much part of that water system. So how do we embrace these infrastructures? That would be my request.
Can you go back to the screen where it shows the first one you had on, that one? No. No, the original, yeah. No, that's it. No, I can tell
The
you
one
that
without the
when you're on
generator in front of it?
MacArthur Causeway, on that bridge, and it's not
Without the
reflected here, you really don't see what's going on into the, and that's the part of the island, of Terminal Island, that we called Coast Guard, versus the front part is where sanitation and fleet management are housed. And you really don't, either you don't pay attention to it because you're looking forward to getting into South Beach or what have you, or because I believe the ramping of the bridge going into the overpass and going into Fifth Street is higher. So you don't really feel like that's right next to you. But maybe Art in Public Places has something that they can come up with to screen or give recommendations, as Shauna is saying, to generators and pump stations that are in visibility of the public.
Yeah. What's a shame is clearly the other building that's there went through a thoughtful design process, and here we are plopping something in front of it that's just going to block it. So I think it speaks to both
Right.
of your points that there just needs to be a little bit more thought.
And she's right, this is turning, these look like those porta potties that they put at big events with stairs up to a trailer, basically, and other ugly things. I mean, they're really ugly. And this island is different. I mean, it's clearly a industrial area for us, but going through the city, they're really ugly. And there needs to be a better solution holistically than just plopping them in and putting trees in front of them.
And Rogelio, I know before we'd mentioned, and you said, oh, a recommendation to the commission. I mean, could that, you know, I mean, even to have somebody work with Public Works, which they do a great job of managing all the water, like everything, all the stuff, but they're engineers, not designers.
It's not their forte, yeah.
Yeah, you know,
It's not-
I would
shouldn't be their
never deal with plumbing. I would never, I barely know what a generator is. You know, you don't want me doing that, but we need to have this, and yeah, it's only gonna get bigger. That would be part of that recommendation.
Well, and again, I apologize for not having a long history here, but you know, a couple meetings ago, we saw a great thorough presentation from Brooke Scarpa, you know, that isn't looking at resiliency, but was looking at some of the sort of urban language in parts of the city that it's transforming. And so I'm sure, I know the city went through this process probably several years ago now, maybe 2016, because in 18 it started being implemented, but is there a language back, like, can we return to that framework for advice at this moment? Or if it wasn't that comprehensive or anticipate these applications, then can we revisit that sort of process to expand that framework? So there's a language that we're looking at. That would be my request to the commission.
I would also, yeah, and to use us as a resource for guidance on how to the commissioners. This is, are we making a motion on this, or it was just our recommendations to the city?
It's your recommendation to the city, but we would need a motion outlining exactly what those recommendations should be, and then we'll draft a LTC that has those recommendations that we'll transmit to the city commissioners.
Okay, so does somebody want to make a motion?
I can try to make a motion saying what I think we heard. So you want the recommendations to the commission separate? Is that what you said? Or as part of this?
Just as part of a motion.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think we make a motion to approve as presented with the condition that there be more, as much landscaping added as possible to, you know, at appropriate scales to help, I guess, buffer this. But again, I know that sort of inhibits airflow and doesn't really go with what needs. But anyways, the landscaping, and then to the commissioners to sort of revisit the framework that established these projects, these citywide projects, and say, is there a language, an architectural language, an urban language within those frameworks that we can return to? And if it's not there, then can we revisit the development of that framework?
As a start, thank you to the commission and the city administration for moving forward and doing this project. It's been long overdue, and we are very fortunate as an island to not have septic tanks, but to have sewer lines and to have the water pressure that we need in order to meet our insurance criteria that we as homeowners have in our premiums. So I thank you anyways for all of this.
Yes. Does anybody can second? I can second that.
Second, oh, sorry.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Meyer, second by Ms. Butakaoli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, everyone.
thank you. We need to stop at 2:30. We have about 10 minutes. Do we sort of read it in, or how should we proceed?
I think we can read it in. Maybe if we go a few minutes over, we might be able to, but hopefully not, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. Okay, next, our final,
Okay, go for it.
Are they here? Are they online?
Are you guys here for 310?
okay,
Yes.
sorry.
If you can please be as concise as possible when you present, I'll try to
Run
be
to the
concise.
podium.
This is the last item on the agenda, DRB 241051, 310 South Coconut Lane. And this application is requesting design review approval for a two-story residence with an understory, including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so this is a two-story residence on a regularly shaped waterfront lot on Hibiscus Island to replace an existing residence. It is an understory home. The height of the, I'm just going to be brief. The height of the home is proposed at 28 feet 6 inches, consistent with our other recommendation. We're recommending that the height be reduced to 28 feet, so that would be a 6-inch reduction. The understory area contains concrete pavers, landscaping, and a pond. The pond as proposed encroaches into the understory edge along the north side of the yard and connects to a large pool in the rear yard overlooking Biscayne Bay. Staff does recommend that pond be moved in 5 feet from the northern exterior side, underneath the first habitable floor above. That's because there's a requirement that there be an understory edge of 5 feet, which is supposed to consist of open space primarily for the purposes of drainage. The home is designed in a contemporary style and is distinguished by a half cylindrical volume in the front elevation that is clad with limestone and accented with landscaping. Staff does have some slight concerns with the openings, and staff does recommend that those openings be increased in size a little bit in order to reduce the massing of that volume on the front elevation. Additionally, the applicant is requesting a waiver of the required open space on elevation, two-story elevations exceeding 60 feet. In this case, they are pretty much conforming with the intent. They do provide the open space. However, the architectural design does have a beam on the second floor, which would prevent them from essentially complying with that requirement. So staff is supportive of the requested waiver because that beam does add to the architectural design, and staff is not opposed to that. So with the change that the pond be moved in 5 feet, that the height be reduced by 6 inches, and that the openings on that front elevation be increased in size a little bit, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Good afternoon, Jose Sanchez, Principal with Praxis Architecture. Today we have on Zoom also the owner and the landscape architect. The owner wanted to address the board, but given the time limitations, I think we're going to have to skip that. Going right into it.
If you want, we can just continue it, and then there could be more time for him to speak, if that's what you choose.
Well, if he could speak, and if necessary, we continue, then that would be the best.
Okay.
Okay.
Go for it.
So, Mr. Pierre D'Agostini, the owner.
We have, he's online, Pierre D'Agostini.
Yes.
If you can raise your hand, please. All right, if we can unmute him.
Hi, Pierre, can you hear us?
Yes.
I just need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. I don't want to take too much of your time. I understand that there's a time constraint. However, I just wanted to say a few words. Number one, I bought this property 31 years ago. 31 years, I cannot believe it. And I always bought it with the intent that to build my house dream. And now I am in my 60s, and I appreciate the fact that I'm in front of the DBPR for you to move forward with this permit. The intent, that's why we hired the office of Mr. Sanchez and Praxis Architecture, was really we want to improve the community. We want to make a great piece, a great property for my family use, but we don't want to ask anything extravagant. And that's why I think that you will see the design pretty much in line with what's respected. I had asked the architect to add some elevator because unfortunately with time I cannot walk as well as I used to and walk up the stairs. Apart from that, I wanted to say that I really appreciate the work that you do. I was for a long time the president of the Homeowner Association of Palm, Hibiscus, and Star Island. And I've seen how by caring about the architecture and what's being built on those islands and around the city of Miami Beach, we are making a beautiful city. So I am honored, and I hope we can move forward with my small contribution and with a place for my family to live. I was going to say happy ever day after. You don't know how long that lasts, but at least to move forward. So thank you for your attention. And I have heard the comments, the preliminary comments. The architect is going to comment also. Of course, we will do whatever is needed to make this beautiful project happen. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, if we could please go to the presentation. Here's the first image, the front view of the house from the street. And there are three factors that basically drove the design of the house. One is the fact that it's a very narrow lot, relatively narrow, 55 feet on the front. And we're doing an understory home, so it was gonna be obviously very vertical. So we had to work with the volumes to create a certain profile so it doesn't look like a complete three-story house. We heard in a previous presentation the concerns about the expression of the full three-story house. Here we have most of the house, it's 2 stories, only in the center it projects into, and you can see the full 3 stories. So that was part of it, to create that profile. The vision from the owner to create a house with a very unique character. So it could be a little bit more expressionistic. You know, where driving around the house, we could see some of the the contemporary houses, and some are a little bit on the boxy side, and the client wanted something different. So that's in part why it's very unique. And also its location, it's at the very west end of Hibiscus with a fantastic view of downtown Miami and the arena. It's basically the view that many people in the world have in mind, or one of the views of Miami, of the open bay of Biscayne downtown. So we felt it was appropriate to create a very unique entrance that it sets the stage for that spectacular view. And that's why we have the frame on the right side with the circular stair that goes around the circular volume. So that's the main view from the front. And here's the location on the west side of Hibiscus Island. Here you can see the house not at eye level, but further up, so you can see the articulation and the entrance, and an entry courtyard that it's the first space that you see, and continue into the foyer. The material palette, it's oolitic limestone. It would need to be cut, in bands, but mostly a vertical pattern to address the curve. Then white stucco frames with the inset is just in a darker color, within that frame, bronze color glazing, dark or warm color paint, and some louvers, also everything in the darker color inside the white frames. And moving on, this is the rear of the property. That it's simpler as we cannot obstruct the views, but it does have a curved wall that relates to the front, and it's on the north or left side, and it just continues from first to second floor, and the pool hits the wall. It just ends at the wall, and that's part of the reason why we are asking the waiver for the water and the 5 feet setback from the edge of the upper level, because it's an important aspect of the architecture, and we will be willing to provide more setbacks on other sites, 7 feet or 8 feet, if we are allowed to get closer to the wall there and pass the setback by a couple of feet. And these are the side views with the courtyards, the entry courtyard on the north elevation, and then a required courtyard on the south also for light and ventilation. These are views closer into the entry courtyard space and the pool with the curved wall that I was mentioning before. The water hits the curved wall. I don't think it's seen from that level, but we can see it in the floor plan. Here's the site plan with all the technical information. It meets all the requirements. And here you can see the floor plans with the garage. We located the driveway a little closer to the center, since the frontage is very narrow, so we can have more landscaping on both sides, and it doesn't feel like you have the driveway right next to a small yard. In the rear, it's all pretty much open, and it's actually a pond that extends into the entry courtyard and about the curved wall that's on the top left there. The first floor plan with 2 rooms, a small office and a guest bedroom, and they open to a private terrace. And it's the rear is pretty much the typical common areas of a house. And as you can see, as you come up, the stone goes inside the house, and it continues through the curved stair into the foyer, and from there it opens up to the open plan of the house. Second floor with 3 bedrooms in the rear and 1 in the front. Typical condition, but you can see that we have less volume in the front to address the massing and the scale. And the upper level with access through a spiral stair that's completely covered, so you only see a cylinder. So some of this semicircular geometry is repeated in different places. These are the technical drawings that are hard to understand because there are many different planes there. Side elevation with the courtyards, and the shading may help to visualize something. And this is the south side with a large glazed area where the stair is located. That's right in the center, and you can see the spiral stair access to the roof from a balcony or terrace. The rear elevation, the sections, and that's basically it for any questions, comments?
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wishing to speak?
I see no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Oh.
I have a question actually about the previous topic, so I'm not sure if I should wait or try to address that in the future.
Maybe I'll just wait. So how should we, okay, I have 233. How should we proceed? I feel like, and I don't know, that there should be a bit of a discussion about this project, especially because there were a lot of recommendations, and I don't know, I mean, are they gonna?
Our communications team, how much time do you need to turn around is it okay if we continue a few more minutes, or for the 3 o'clock start time?
Yeah, we have a 3 o'clock start time, so we might have to wrap this one up, unfortunately.
Okay.
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 So,
I apologize. I wish we could have gotten to it today, but it will, I'm sure that next time you will get a lot of really helpful feedback. So, is there?
so it'll be moved to the December 10th meeting.
I have a quick question. Is there, do we have any first impression feedback that we want to provide? Or so if there's something to work on between here and December 10th, or that doesn't work? I don't know.
You feel free if you'd like.
Okay to do that.
I just have one comment. I like your design very much. I like that it's not a box on top of a box. And, but I have a question. You're proposing a height of 28.6. The maximum height allowed is 31 feet. But this is also zoning in progress that you're going to 28 feet. So that just may be something based on what you heard in previous presentations, something to consider for the next presentation to see if you could reduce 6 inches actually
Yes,
to
that
go
can be
to 28.
accommodated, of course.
Look at that.
My question on height too is the elevator is going to the roof completely above that 28.6. I don't understand how that works with code.
That's an allowable height exception.
The elevator.
Yeah.
It just,
The height limit is to the top of the slab, and so this is allowed to exceed the top of the slab.
but it's not just an elevator overrun. It's serving the roof.
Yeah,
That's allowed?
It can go to a roof deck, yes.
Okay, so then that, I guess, yeah, I'd like to know, well, so it's 38.6 overall, when you go to the top of the elevator.
Taller. And then I also, because these lots are very, very close to one another, I did have a question if you were able to speak to the neighbors and show them.
No.
At least like, it seemed also the neighbor to the south had a lot of windows that were going to be facing onto this, and that was a concern that I had of this is definitely going to impact their home, especially because the properties are very tightly nestled. So that was just a concern, something to think about for next time.
Yes, we haven't, but we are willing to have high windows or put a louver in the stair glazing, because we have to have glass for articulation, but then the privacy, we have to address that. But yes, I mean, on those elevations, we are, most of the windows are provided because of the articulation, but we would like to.
I mean, my comment was just, and I'd love to
Okay.
talk about this next time, just to reach out to the neighbor and work with
okay.
them, because it was it's going to impact them very much.
It's always good to get letters of support from your neighbors on the project.
My last other request might be, I know that you have the side views, like if you could have more renderings of the building at an angle, because it's hard to read the elevations. They are rendered, but they're like flat, so like I'd like to just understand the building more three-dimensionally.
Yeah, especially I'd like to see that the corner of the front where the curve becomes a right angle, just seeing how that looks in a perspective view on the front yard, if you know what the angle I mean.
Okay, yeah, we will provide several, will we have time to submit additional?
You can submit those as part of your presentation.
As part of the
yep,
presentation,
prior
okay.
to the meeting.
All right.
Because you're not changing, unless you do something that changes the design, then you need to have it 2 weeks prior.
Okay, so it would be additional visualization.
Yeah.
Do we need to make a motion to continue, or does it automatically?
Yes, it would be good to have a motion to continue.
Okay.
Make a motion to continue.
I second.
All right, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Did you have a quick comment before we have to?
Yes, no, so, fantastic.
You'd have to step into please speak in the microphone. And we do have, they're gonna kick us out in a sec.
Well, Chair and members, thank you very much for opening this up to the public. I'm a new resident to Miami Beach, so I do appreciate being here today. And, you know, as a wind and water sports enthusiast, I really do care about the environment and how all of this is gonna work together. So over and above the aesthetics of the generator, my question was really about the background of the functionality and what is the purpose of the generator and what will that do, how many megawatts, these type of considerations. So maybe if that's an agenda item we could bring up in the next meeting, would love to hear
I
more.
wonder if I don't
Yeah.
know what you're gonna say, the best thing would be for you to get in touch with somebody at Public Works.
The gentleman that was here from Public Works, he
I'll-
could specify
We'll
all
get you
those
his contact
questions.
information. It's basically if the power goes out, that pump station can still continue to function because it has its own power backup. As far as the megawatts, the power and all that, I'm not an expert in that.
And that generator is
Yeah.
basically for 2 pump stations. One is for the sewer and the other one's for the water.
Okay, no, I would just like to
Yeah.
more understand what the inputs and the outputs of that, of those waters and how that's gonna affect water quality.
I'll get you the contact information now of Public Works so you can.
Thank you,
talk to
Aaron.
them. You're welcome.
And thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we adjourn,
Welcome to Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Before we adjourn, I did want to bring up something to the board that next month, on a first reading, the commission is going to hear a recommendation to take away the understory purview from the DRB. So if anybody has an opinion about that, now would be the time to get in touch with the commissioners to voice any concerns. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in December. Sorry.
Rogelio, is there the commission memo for the first reading of the commission from the planning department? Can we get a copy of that when it,
When
as
it's-
it deals
when it's-
to?
once it's
Yeah,
approved
when
by,
it go-
the
yeah,
city manager's
city
office,
manager,
we can let-
yes.
yep.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.